LoveLore Library. Chapter 6:15. When Lin Che heard this, his face turned red. Shen Yuran, I want to see you spouting nonsense again. She chased after Shen Yuran. Shen Yuran laughed and asked Shen Yuqing to block her. Lin Che couldn't catch her after running around for a while. However, Shen Yuran was envious of Lin Che. Gu Jingze was too nice to her. The reason why Lin Che was so unreasonable now was because Gu Jingze had spoiled him. But Gu Jingze was happy to spoil her. How could she not be envious? Okay. We're getting ready to go back, Shen Yuran said. We won't disturb you two anymore. Lin Che snorted and said, so early. I think it's not that you don't want to disturb me, but that you don't want us to disturb you. Lin Che raised her eyebrows and looked at Shen Yuqing. This time, it was Shen Yuran's turn to shout. She circled around Lin Che and said, go away. Don't try to change the topic to someone else. Do you think I don't know your tricks? The men watched as the women quarreled. They didn't get involved and just watched from the side. When they were done, they reached the door. Lin Che watched as the men got into the car and the president's bodyguards left with Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming. She stretched and walked in. But when she turned around, she saw Mo Huiling standing there and looking at her. Mo Huiling said, what are you doing? I'm just looking. I'm not going to do anything. However, as she said this, she suddenly felt like throwing up. Mo Huiling couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. The helper was speechless and watched from behind. Mo Huiling shouted immediately and said uncomfortably, what are you looking at? Hurry up and fix it for me. Thinking that Lin Che was still here, she rolled her eyes and held her stomach. This child is too naughty. Why doesn't she learn from daddy? Look at how steady he is. Lin Che looked at the thing she vomited and felt a wave of disgust. He himself almost vomited. She glanced at Mo Huiling. Seeing that the helper was also disgusted, she went back to her room. Closing the door, she felt like throwing up even more. Gu Jingze saw her leaning against the door and holding her chest. He frowned and asked, have they left? What's wrong? Lin Che said, it's fine. I just saw Mo Huiling vomit and it made me want to vomit too. Gu Jingze said, that's enough. I think you're throwing up because you ate too much. Don't eat so much all of a sudden next time. Do you hear me? Seeing Gu Jingze's sullen face, Lin Che smiled and said, yes. I will. Okay. Mo Huiling vomited for a while. She felt like she was about to collapse, but no one paid attention to her. She shouted angrily, just you wait, you bunch of trash. The servant looked at her with disdain written all over her face. She wasn't their wife, so why was she showing off here? Mo Huiling returned to her room angrily. Tonight, she had seen Lin Che laughing and talking happily. Gu Jingze had carried her back, but she seemed to have been forgotten. When Gu Jingming saw her, he said he didn't know her. She was so angry. When she was lying on the bed, she heard the phone ring. She was about to throw a tantrum, but when she saw that the caller was Gu Lanshan, she quickly stopped and picked up the call. Aunt, I was bullied by Lin Che again just now. In order to provoke me, he even called his friends over. Okay. Didn't I tell you to be patient? We'll deal with the rest in secret. I've been patient, but Lin Che is getting more and more out of hand, Mo Huiling said. Gu Lanshan said, okay, in a few days. Do you know what day it is? What day? It's old Master Gu's birthday. My father's birthday. Oh, it was Gu Xianda's birthday. Mo Huiling said, but old master has never liked me, how can he not like you? You're pregnant with the Gu family's child. In the past, he didn't like you because he thought you couldn't bear the Gu family's child. LoveLore Library. Now that you're pregnant, how can he not like you? But what does Aunt mean? Does Aunt want me to attend the birthday party? Mo Huiling's eyes lit up. If she could attend Gu Xianda's birthday party, that was a place that many big shots couldn't even get in. In the past, because Gu Xianda didn't like her, she couldn't even think about attending. She hadn't even seen Gu Xianda's face a few times, let alone attended. However, she still wanted to go and see for herself. Gu Lanshan said with a smile, I don't just want you to attend. I want to tell you something that my father has always wanted, but never got. When you give him this birthday present, I'm sure he'll be happier. Really? Aunt, thank you so much for helping me. Okay, you're already thanking me for giving birth to the Gu family's flesh and blood. Gu Lanshan couldn't be bothered to listen to her and said a few perfunctory words. She had asked Mo Huiling to give it to Mu Wanqing to embarrass her. She said with a smile, not only that, this time, Lin Che will definitely give my father a present that he hates the most. When that time comes, it'll be strange if that eccentric old master doesn't chase him out. What is that? How can you be so sure that Lin Che will give it to him? You'll know when the time comes. Anyway, this time, you'll definitely make everyone envious. You'll also be able to watch a good show and see how Lin Che will be chased out. Mo Huiling was filled with yearning as she listened. Even the anger she had today was thrown to the back of her mind. The next day, when Lin Che went to the office, he still felt a little nauseous. Yu Minmin saw that she didn't look well, so she closed the door and asked, What's wrong? Did President Gu use too much strength last night? Scram, of course not. Lin Che glared at her and said, I'm just a little nauseous. Yu Minmin cried out, Wow, you're not pregnant, are you? How is that possible? I just had my period a while ago, and I'm already vomiting before it's even time. Am I pregnant with a human? Yu Minmin said, You don't understand. She smiled and said, One look and I can tell that you're too young. I've never seen it before. People say that when you're pregnant, you'll have morning sickness, but it's not intense. It's because the body's hormones suddenly change at this time, so you'll vomit a little. When your condition stabilizes, you won't vomit anymore. Wait 3 or 4 months before you start vomiting again. Scram. I'm not that stupid. The last time, she had delayed it for a few days, so she had hurriedly bought a pregnancy test kit to try. In the end, she had made a mistake, which had already made her feel very embarrassed. This time, she wouldn't be so stupid as to buy a pregnancy test kit. Moreover, she wasn't really in a hurry to have a child. As she thought about it, her face turned slightly red. Looking up, she hurriedly changed the topic. All right, didn't you say that you're going to choose a few trainees to sign a contract with today? Yu Minmin nodded. Yeah, I've been to a few colleges and universities a few times. I'll choose a few trainees and groom them first. Whether they can debut depends on their luck and fill up our studio. I hope that our studio will prosper and nurture more big stars. Chapter 6:16. There were 4 major drama academies in Country C. There were many other smaller academies, but these 4 were the most famous. 2 of them were in B City and the other 2 were in other cities. Lin Che and Yu Minmin went to one of them first. Lin Che had also studied here before. Back then, she also graduated from here, so she was very familiar with this place. However, the last time she came here, it was Qin Wanwan who participated in the training with her. This time, she opened her own studio and came here to select trainees. Actually, there was no such thing as trainees in China at the beginning, but they gradually learned about it. It wasn't as cruel as Korea. They just signed a contract and slowly groomed them from the start. Many people crowded around them when they found out that Lin Che and Yu Minmin were here. Although Lin Che's studio had just opened and there weren't any other celebrities besides Lin Che, everyone knew Lin Che's ability. They had witnessed Yu Minmin's ability to help Lin Che win in the previous battle to leave the company. Being groomed by Yu Minmin, especially since she was the president's wife, made everyone very confident. Especially since Lin Che was a big star now. Being groomed by a big star, they felt that their chances were greater. It was much better than those small cultural companies that came to look for people. From the moment they entered, they saw many people crowding around. Lin Che and Yu Minmin were a little dazzled. Lin Che said, "They're so enthusiastic." Of course. There are too many unreliable management companies nowadays. They sign people first and leave them alone or continue to sell them to the next company. It's really messy. Our studio has you as our living signboard. They know that you're the one choosing them and they know that they're reliable first. Of course, they rushed here. Lin Che looked at these people and felt that they didn't stand out. They walked in and met the director first. When they shook hands, the director said, "I don't really know about signing contracts and debuting. Come in and take a look. This is our school's main entrance." There were many students and the director specially pointed out a few outstanding students who had already shown their talents. Lin Che said that since they were recommended by the director, they should take a look. The director was already prepared and let a few students in. The students were dressed very well. Although they were still students, they had participated in auditions and performances, so they had learned to dress up early on. All of them looked quite well dressed. When they saw Lin Che and Yu Minmin, they could tell that they wanted to perform better. Their eyes were full of vigor, which made people feel good. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che, but Lin Che couldn't tell anything. He really didn't think that there were many people who looked good at first glance. Lin Che said, "What do you think?" Yu Minmin said, "It's all right." Lin Che said, "Then why don't we go out and take a look ourselves?" She got up and said to the director, "We'll keep the information for now. We'll go back and discuss it before contacting everyone. We'll also go out and see if we can meet anyone suitable." "Oh, okay. Take your time. These are the passes to some of our classrooms. Take them and you can go anywhere you want." "Alright, thank you, Dean." No, I just want to work with you and prosper together." "Wasn't that how you were chosen by Miss Yu before?" Yes, Dean." Lin Che wasn't an outstanding student in the school in the past, so the dean wouldn't actually recognize her. However, there were so many people in the school, and not every outstanding student would eventually become famous. Lin Che and Yu Minmin walked on the road, looking at the information they had just received. "I think you look okay, but you don't stand out easily. You don't look like a star." Lin Che said, "Then when you look at me, do you think I have the aura of a star?" "Of course. When you look at me from afar, you're the kind that can be seen at a glance. Just now, you just took a glance and felt that they were very ordinary. Aura is something you're born with. You can't train it even if you want to. It comes from the heart, and it's not something you can get easily. Is that so? You saw me from afar and took a fancy to me. I thought you signed me at random back then." Yu Minmin said, "How could that be? It's not like I'm buying cabbages. Why would I sign you at random? It's just that you're very recognizable from the start. I can tell that you're different from others just by looking at you. It's easy for people to recognize you on TV, so I signed you. But after everyone enters the company, other than the company's nurturing, they also have to work hard on their own. They have to find good shows, audition for good roles, and expand their connections in order to continue developing. Annoying. Don't worry. Every red star starts off like you. It's not just a single case. Almost all of them are like this. Lin Che thought about it. That's right. Which main character didn't start off with a few mediocre supporting roles before slowly rising to fame? Lin Che and Yu Minmin continued walking. The people on the side of the road were still looking at them. There were many who wanted to come over but didn't dare to. In the end, someone came over to greet them. She said to Yu Minmin, "Hello, Sister Yu." "Hello, Sister Che." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "Hello, what's your name?" Then, she slowly left her name and contact information. The young lady smiled contentedly and left. Lin Che said, "Is this okay?" Yu Minmin said, "You dare to take the initiative. Maybe you'll have the same drive when you meet a director in the future. If you can find your own way, it'll save you a lot of money. In the industry, it's important to have good judgment." Then, Lin Che also saw that there was a student who listened attentively in class. He also asked for her contact information because her side profile was very beautiful. It looked like she had the halo of a main character that Yu Minmin mentioned. Of course, when it came to boys, it would be easier to sell the sunny, fresh meat type. However, it wasn't easy to become famous. There were also some who were especially good at acting and had a more unique image. Lin Che also kept them. It wasn't a bad idea to take the acting or other routes. After watching for a whole day, the two of them returned home with a full load. When they reached home, Gu Jingze was there. He came out and said to Lin Che, "Grandpa's birthday banquet is in a few days. We'll go back together." "Ah, right. I remember it was around this time last year. Should I give him something?" "No need. I've already asked someone to buy a gift. You can just go back with me." Lin Che wanted to say, "All right then." But she felt that Gu Xiande had always liked her and treated her very well. If she didn't give him something, she would feel sorry for him. But since Gu Jingze said so, she didn't think of going out of her way to give him something. She just wanted to see if there was anything that could represent his sincerity. It was a pity that she didn't have much contact with Gu Xiande. She really didn't know what he lacked. Chapter 617. When Lin Che was lying in bed at night, he asked Gu Jingze, "Do you think there's anything Grandpa likes?" "Anything he likes." Gu Jingze was reading when he turned to look at Lin Che. Lin Che nodded vigorously and said, "Yes." "Are you thinking of giving Grandpa a present?" "Yeah. Anyway, if I can think of something, I'll give it to him. Grandpa is so nice to me, I have to show him something." "It's good that you have the intention. He doesn't lack anything." "I know he doesn't lack anything. Just tell me what he likes." "He likes antiques, calligraphy and paintings," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che immediately said dejectedly, "Well, I knew I shouldn't have asked. It's so hard to get this thing. I don't know what kind Grandpa likes, and I don't know much about these things. If I choose it, there's a high chance that I'll be cheated." "All right, don't think about it. It's been so long since Grandpa's birthday and he's received all the presents. He doesn't care about them anymore." Lin Che thought so too, but he still wanted to express his own feelings. There was no point lying there, so he went to sleep. The next day, the crew held a banquet for Lin Che. Although it was called a banquet, it was just a gathering for everyone to drink, eat and bid farewell to Lin Che. The Witchcraft's notes had yet to be released, but it was already popular before it was even aired. After the trailer was posted online, everyone felt that it was very good. However, in order to be a little secretive, there were only a few scenes of Lin Che and the main cast. Many netizens were starting to look forward to what the Witchcraft's notes would be like once it was released. They were looking forward to seeing if Lin Che's appearance would match the original work. The director called Lin Che in advance to congratulate her. She had already won everyone's favor before she was released. Lin Che said to the director, "I'm just afraid that they might think it's good after watching the clips, but they might be disappointed in me after watching the whole show." The director said, "Why? Don't you have confidence in me?" Lin Che said, "I have confidence in you. I'm sure many people will watch your show. I'm just afraid that I'll become your rat shit." "How could that be? Your acting skills are definitely the best among this generation of celebrities." "Haha, thank you for your compliment. By the way, we're wrapping things up tonight. If there's anyone you want to invite, you can invite them as well." "Okay, then I'll invite a few friends to join in the fun." Okay. She felt that the director really had a good impression of her, which was why he was so friendly to her. They even called each other as if they were ordinary friends. Yu Minmin had said that she didn't know how to expand her network. Now that she was familiar with the director, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Seeing that the director had left, Lin Che first told Shin Yuran to attend her wrapping-up party. He then told Yu Minmin that she could bring a few friends to join in the fun, and that she could just call a few staff members from the studio. At this moment, Gu Jingyu, who hadn't contacted her for a long time and was said to have been secretly filming in Hollywood, suddenly sent her a message. He asked her on WeChat, "I'm back in the country." Lin Che said in surprise, "Wow, go back to China. Did you really go to Hollywood to develop your career?" About that, the crew signed a confidentiality agreement." His answer was no different from admitting it. "No wonder you haven't appeared in a long time. So it's true. So you're back in China now?" "Yes. Temporarily. It's a pity that I can't pick you up now. My crew is holding a farewell party for me. To celebrate my completion." You're done. I should congratulate you, but shouldn't you invite me to a banquet?" You're here." "Yeah. Why? Am I not welcome?" No. Why would I? But why did you suddenly come?" "I didn't have time to prepare." It seems like you don't miss me at all. I've been away for so long and I came back to see you. And you're saying that you don't want me to go?" No. Why would I mean that? Come over. I'm at. She said the name of the restaurant and Gu Jingyu hung up. When Lin Che arrived at the restaurant, Shin Yuran and Yu Minmin were already there. Shin Yuran saw the male lead when she entered. Because he had been popular recently, Shin Yuran immediately said excitedly, Wow, he's so handsome." Lin Che, quick, take me to take a picture with him later." Lin Che said, Okay. I'll ask him to take a picture with me later." After a while, she saw another one. She continued to shout, Wow, that one is handsome too. Okay. Let's take a picture together." "Wow, Lin Che, you're so lucky to be working with so many male fresh meats. What's so lucky about it?" "I'm just taking a look. I can't take all of them." "Well, that's also a problem," Shin Yuran said. "Moreover, your character is really inserted into the story. The readers all think that the two of them should be gay, so you should have received your bento box earlier. Get lost." Although Shin Yuran was telling the truth. Actually, when Lin Che read this novel, he also felt that there shouldn't be a female lead in this novel, but her character was actually quite popular, okay? Just then, Gu Jingyu called and said that he was already outside. Lin Che hurriedly said, Wait, I'm going out to pick someone up. Yu Minmin said, You called someone else? Yeah, one of them caught up, Lin Che said as he rushed out. As expected, he saw Gu Jingyu as flirtatious as ever. He got out of the car and looked very suave. When he saw Lin Che, he waved and said, Hey, over here. Lin Che walked over and saw him walking quickly towards him. He sized him up and felt that he had really lost some weight. It seemed that filming in Hollywood was very hard. Gu Jingyu sized Lin Che up first. Really, it seems that you really don't miss me at all. You didn't lose any weight, and you even gained some weight. Lin Che said, how can that be? What does missing you have to do with being fat or thin? But you really did lose weight. Of course, I missed you. I don't look so heartless. Go, go, go. Don't mess around. The two of them walked towards the restaurant together. Gu Jingyu smiled and said, but now that you've finished filming, there are people celebrating for you. TSK, as expected, now that you've left me, you've become a pillar of the production team. I feel like I'm going to be abandoned. Indeed, a normal person wouldn't have a party after finishing filming. But if it was a big shot, they would indeed send him off and have a party after finishing filming to show that they valued him. This was also the first time that Lin Che had a party after finishing filming. This also meant that she was indeed a big shot now, right? Chapter 6:18. Gu Jingyu followed Lin Che inside. When the crew saw Lin Che coming in with someone behind him, they were all stunned and looked over in confusion. When they saw that it was Gu Jingyu who came in with him, they were all shocked. Gu Jingyu hadn't appeared for a long time. Everyone knew that he had gone abroad to film, but he had never admitted to it or responded to it. Now, he had suddenly appeared for the first time in China, and he had actually come to the dinner with Lin Che. What the hell was going on? Shen Yuran had originally followed Yu Minmin to get some photos of the male lead. But when he looked up, he saw Gu Jingyu. He stood next to Lin Che handsomely, with a smile on his face, and looked around. That pair of glass-like eyes carried the brilliance of the stars. Anyone who looked at it would be shocked. Shen Yuran called out, Minmin, Gu Jingyu. Yeah, Yu Minmin said. Shen Yuran quickly pulled Yu Minmin out and muttered to him, no wonder Lin Che didn't feel anything when he worked with so many handsome guys. Actually, Lin Che has seen enough of them. What? Sigh, no matter how handsome those fresh meats are, they are all useless in front of Gu Jingyu. Gu Jingyu looks like a superstar, and he shines brightly when he comes out. Lin Che is always surrounded by Gu Jingyu and Gu Jingze, so why would he be interested in those fresh meats? That's right. Everyone knows that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were involved in a scandal before. That's why they didn't bother to spread the rumor about Lin Che and those little fresh meats. Everyone thinks that since they've been involved in a scandal with Gu Jingyu, there's no need for them to be involved in another scandal. Okay, Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingyu and said, Senior Jingyu is here. Shen Yuran was also a playboy. He grabbed Lin Che's hand and winked, trying to get Lin Che to take a photo of them. Lin Che glared at the good-for-nothing Shen Yuran and said, let's take a photo first. Gu Jingyu didn't care. A few of them stood at the door and started taking photos. Shen Yuran looked at the photos with a satisfied look on his face. The rest of the crew came over to greet them. Gu Jingyu smiled and politely said something to everyone. Everyone knew that Gu Jingyu couldn't be bothered with people. He probably only smiled because of Lin Che. Some of the small-time actors didn't even dare to come over. They could only watch from afar. Lin Che followed Gu Jingyu inside and sat down. Gu Jingyu said, I think the trailer for your TV series is pretty good. But now that you've finished filming, do you have any plans for your next series? Lin Che said, I don't have any plans yet. Let's take a break first. I just want to finish my studio now. Alright. Lin Che remembered Gu Xianda's birthday party. He looked at Gu Jingyu and said, oh yeah, are you actually here to attend the Gu family's birthday party? Birthday banquet. Gu Jingyu narrowed his eyes. Lin Che said in surprise, "What? Don't you know? Grandpa's birthday banquet is in a few days." As expected, Gu Jingyu's expression changed. She said directly, "I'm not going to that old man's banquet." Lin Che said, "What's wrong? Is there some misunderstanding between you and Grandpa?" "That's not a misunderstanding," Gu Jingyu said directly. "You can ask him directly. You don't have to ask me." Lin Che said, "All right, I don't know much about what happened between the two of you, but I just want to say that no matter what kind of hatred it is, many years have passed. Children grow up and their way of thinking changes. Adults mature and their way of thinking changes as well. Which one of us wasn't childish and naive when we were young? But the elders all forgave us in the end. Now, why don't we give them a chance and try to forgive them? Enough. Don't say any more." Gu Jingyu's expression suddenly changed. Lin Che said, all right. I won't say any more. I don't know the details. You know better than me and you're smarter than me. What I'm thinking now, you must have thought of it a long time ago. I just want to say that the relationship between family members isn't a game. Don't let yourself regret it for the rest of your life because of a little problem of pride. If one day, when Grandpa passes away, you still haven't reconciled with him or even tried to reconcile with him, then, wouldn't you feel regret?" Gu Jingyu stopped talking and stood up immediately. Everyone was still looking at him in a daze. Gu Jingyu didn't look at anyone. He kept a straight face and walked out without saying a word. Lin Che hurriedly stood up too. "Gu Jingyu," she called out as she stood there. Gu Jingyu walked out without looking back. Lin Che called out again, "Gu Jingyu, all right. Go ahead. But I think what I said was right." Gu Jingyu didn't know if he heard it, but he opened the door and walked out. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Did they hear wrongly just now? Lin Che was really bold. He actually dared to call Gu Jingyu by his full name. And it sounded like he was quarreling with Gu Jingyu. Who in the world would dare to speak to Gu Jingyu in such a willful manner? Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and hurriedly walked over. "What's wrong?" Lin Che came back to her senses and shook her head. "Nothing. I just gave him some advice." She realized that she was a little too impulsive just now. She didn't notice that there were so many people here. Now that she had finished speaking, she realized that everyone was staring at her curiously with different expressions. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Everyone, eat and drink well. We were just talking about some private matters just now. It's nothing." All right, Lin Che and Gu Jingyu still had private matters, that was true. Since they were friends in private, it was normal for friends to have some private matters. But they were still very surprised. They had never seen anyone in the circle who dared to speak to Gu Jingyu like that. The next day, Lin Che returned to the Gu family to help prepare for the birthday banquet. Gu Jingze was busy and didn't come back with them. Lin Che and Mu Wanqing looked at the invitation and name list together. Lin Che was still thinking about Gu Jingyu. He didn't think much of it elsewhere, but when he returned to the Gu family, he couldn't help but ask about it. Mu Wanqing was a little puzzled by his absent-minded look. She looked at Lin Che and asked, "What's wrong, little Che? Are you thinking about Jingze? He looks like he doesn't want to talk to me. Jingze is too busy. He didn't even come back today." Lin Che said, "No, Mom. I want to ask Gu Jingyu why he doesn't want to come back. Does he not like Grandpa?" Mu Wanqing froze for a moment and looked at Lin Che. After a while, she sighed regretfully and said, "Jingyu has always been very willful. It's also because the family spoiled him too much when he was young. He held a grudge only once when we didn't let him go." Sigh, I can understand. He was hurt that time because he knew that everything was led by his grandfather. He immediately quarreled with him and said that he would never come back to see him in this lifetime. He would never recognize him as his grandfather again. Then, everything was really led by Grandpa. That's right. You can't see your grandfather's power now. Just like Jingzi now. This is the responsibility of the head of the family. Your grandfather actually didn't want it. Chapter 6:19. Mu Wanqing looked at Lin Che. Your grandfather knows that his grandson is just like him. He's stubborn, and his grandson is just as stubborn. Lin Che sighed. It wasn't just for his grandfather. She was worried that Gu Jingyu would be the one to regret it in the end. After all, she had experienced this before. After her mother passed away, she realized that she hadn't properly asked her mother what she had been through. This made her feel a little regretful. Mu Wanqing was about to go to the front to check out the other things at the banquet, while Lin Che wandered around. The Gu residence looked like a manor. She found a place to sit down and a servant came over to ask if she wanted something to drink. She asked for a glass of fruit juice. After taking a few sips, she heard someone call her name from behind. Gu Lanshan was at the back. She looked at Lin Che and asked, "Why are you sitting here by yourself?" Lin Che still remembered that Gu Lanshan was on Mo Huiling's side when she said she was pregnant. Hence, Lin Che didn't like her at all when he saw her now. He only looked at Gu Lanshan. She said, "Aunt." Gu Lanshan said, "Do you mind if I sit down?" "Of course not, Aunt." Lin Che wasn't that extreme. Gu Lanshan said, "What's wrong? You don't look so good. Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Che smiled. "It's nothing. But Aunt, Jingyu doesn't come back every year. Has grandfather never said anything about him? Has he ever asked anyone to look for him?" Gu Lanshan smiled and looked at Lin Che. "Yes, old master is such a stubborn person. Once he has made up his mind, it's useless for you to say anything. Forget it, you don't have to get involved in this. However, this matter has always been on your mother-in-law's mind. As long as Jingyu doesn't come back, your mother-in-law, my sister-in-law, won't be able to rest easy." Gu Lanshan looked at her and sighed heavily. "All right, I'll be leaving first." Lin Che smiled. "Okay. Take care, Aunt." Gu Lanshan looked in Lin Che's direction and harumphed. She then went to make a call. "She doesn't need to send the gift I prepared for Lin Che." Mo Huiling asked in surprise, "What? Why?" Gu Lanshan said, "I wanted to talk to her about the gift, but I realized that she was asking for trouble. I told her that Grandpa is very stubborn, but Gu Jingyu is her mother-in-law and Mu Wanqing's biggest concern. In order to please her mother-in-law, she might overestimate herself and want to solve this matter. If that's the case, hee. What we have to do? If she really wants to help her mother-in-law, she'll just wait for old master to kick her out in anger." Mo Huiling said, "What if she's just mentioning it and doesn't really intend to interfere? Looking at her, I really want to teach her a lesson. I've seen too many little girls like her. She's just been pampered for a few days and she thinks she can do anything. She'll know soon enough." Lin Che thought about it all the way. At night, she finally decided that she would give Grandpa Gu a present. When Gu Jingzi came back, Lin Che told him. Gu Jingzi smiled and said, "You really don't want to give up?" Lin Che said, "Don't say that. I just want to try." Gu Jingzi looked at her quietly for a while and finally said, "Okay. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere." "Where are we going?" "Jingyu's old room." Gu Jingzi did take Lin Che to Gu Jingyu's room in the past. Although it had been a long time since anyone lived here and the decorations were a little old, it was still spotless. It seemed that people often cleaned it up. Lin Che was surprised to see so many of Gu Jingyu's belongings. She looked up at Gu Jingze. "Aren't you afraid that I'll cause you trouble?" "Your little trouble." He tapped her forehead. "It's nothing to me. Don't worry." Lin Che nodded. "Okay. I'll get bolder and bolder in the future. I wonder if I'll poke a hole in you. I would like to know if there are any troubles in Country C that I can't solve." Lin Che suddenly felt even more admiration. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Xiande didn't invite many people to his banquet. It was just a few relatives and friends. Mo Huiling got out of the car outside the Gu mansion and looked for Gu Lanshan. From afar, 2 guards of the Gu clan approached, saying that they wanted to bring Mo Huiling in. "Miss Mo, Elder Miss asked us to bring you in." The lady was Gu Lanshan. Hearing this, Mo Huiling hurriedly followed the guards and entered the room. After entering, the guard brought her to the inner room. It was a side hall, and there were too many people around. Gu Lanshan arranged for her to rest here for now. The guard said, "Elder Miss said that you're not feeling well and it's better for you to rest here. There are too many people there and it'll be bad if you bump into them." Mo Huiling was looking outside and watching the people coming and going. She was a little excited because it was her first time attending Gu Xiande's birthday banquet. She thought to herself, I've said it before. One day, I'll walk in here openly. Today, she had finally walked in. At the thought of this, she hurriedly posted a message on her WeChat Moments. The address and the place where her name was displayed could be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. She directly said that she was here to attend the Gu family's birthday banquet. There were so many people and it was too crowded. Someone said enviously, "No way, you're attending the Gu mansion's birthday banquet. You've really gotten back together with Gu Jingze. The Gu mansion's birthday banquet is so grand. Why didn't you tell us in advance that you're going to attend it? Huiling, where are you? Let's go in together. Did you go in with Gu Jingze? Can you introduce me to Gu Jingze? It's not easy for me to come here, so I just want to take a picture with him." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "I'm outside to attend the banquet." Mo Huiling looked at them proudly. Then, she heard someone coming in with the birthday gift. Mo Huiling looked at the huge object and walked over. She touched the edge of the object. She was really looking forward to seeing Lin Che's expression. Outside, the preparations for the birthday banquet were almost done. There were already a lot of people. Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat in the inner seats. Opposite them were Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin, who had just arrived. It was Yu Minmin's first time attending a banquet and he was sitting in such an important seat. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jingming from time to time. Lin Che looked at the people coming and going and noticed that they were all looking in their direction. As this was a family banquet, the tables were arranged in a circular pattern. Gu Jingze and Gu Jingming were naturally seated at the head of the table. Gu Lanshan was also seated there. At this moment, someone finally said that the old master was here. Everyone stood up and prepared to welcome the birthday boy. Chapter 620. Gu Xiande cupped his hands and said to the people in the room, Okay. I'm so old, but I have to trouble everyone to move again. I'm really sorry. Everyone congratulated him and said, Old Master Gu, happy birthday. Old Master Gu, this day has come every year. Okay. Everyone, sit down. Gu Xiande naturally came to the main table. He looked around and smiled. Thank you for your hard work these few days. Grandfather, happy birthday, Gu Jingze said together with the juniors. Gu Xiande looked very happy. He sat down. Although he always said that he liked peace and quiet, he still felt a sense of achievement when he saw such a big family gathering together. At this moment, some relatives who couldn't sit at the main table came to pay their respects to Gu Xiande. She wasn't like Gu Jingze, who could see Gu Xiande whenever she wanted. Lin Che also felt that she wanted to see Gu Xiande. Because she was with Gu Jingze, it wasn't difficult for her to see him every time she came to the Gu family. However, to others, he was someone they couldn't see even if they wanted to. Some people only had the chance to see him once a year, so they came to greet him, hoping that Gu Xiande would remember them so that the branches of the Gu family could benefit from it. Therefore, they worked very hard and were very careful, afraid that Gu Xiande would be unhappy. And the things they sent up were very precious and grand. Gu Xiande looked at the gifts and nodded with a smile. He didn't care what the gifts were as long as they were kind intentions. Gu Jingze also stood up and said, "Grandfather, happy birthday. This is my gift." He asked a servant to bring a gift box. Without opening it, he gave it to Gu Xiande directly. Gu Xiande opened it and looked at it. He said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. It must have been difficult to find it." Gu Jingze said, "It's just a token of my appreciation." The people sitting below looked at Gu Jingze's gift and couldn't help but guess what it was. Gu Jingze's gift can't be cheap, someone at the table below said. The person next to him laughed and said, "Come on, it doesn't matter what Gu Jingze's gift is. Don't you see where he is sitting?" "What do you mean by sitting there?" "He's sitting at the main table, okay? The people there are all his family members. He's old Master Gu's grandson. What can't he give?" When everyone heard this, they fell silent. They looked at the people sitting there. Indeed, they were all from the same family. The person was right. They were from the same family. It didn't matter what they gave them. Gu Jingming, who was at the main seat, quickly brought something over. Gu Xiande smiled and said, "This gift doesn't matter. Do you know what's the best gift for me now? I want you to give me a great-grandchild as soon as possible. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. You two brothers, and you too, Jing Yan, work hard for me." The few of them fell silent. At this moment, Gu Lanshan suddenly stood up. She smiled and walked over to Gu Xiande. She lowered her head and whispered to Gu Xiande. Lin Che looked in that direction and suddenly felt his body tense up, as if something was wrong. It was the same for Mu Wanqing. She felt uncomfortable looking over there. Hearing Gu Lanshan's words, Gu Xiande looked up and asked, "Really?" Gu Lanshan only nodded with a smile. Gu Xiande thought for a moment, looked up and said, "Okay, ask her to come in." Gu Lanshan smiled as she raised her hand and gestured to the person in front of her. The people below didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, they saw the door open. A young woman with a slightly protruding belly walked in with her chest puffed out. It was Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling walked in gracefully. She was well-dressed and looked elegant. Her clothes and makeup showed the elegance of a young lady from a wealthy family. The people below couldn't remember who she was. At this moment, someone suddenly reacted and remembered who she was. "Is this Miss Mo?" "Oh, no wonder she looks familiar. She used to be with Gu Jingze for so many years. I've seen her a few times. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful now." She looked different from Lin Che. Because of their different backgrounds, she had a different aura. Although Lin Che was beautiful, because of her status as an artist, people felt that she was showing her face in public. She was completely different from a young lady from a wealthy family who stayed at home. Although Mo Huiling wasn't as beautiful as Lin Che, she didn't look eye-catching, which made people feel that she was a young lady from a wealthy family. Lin Che, on the other hand, was too beautiful and eye-catching. When everyone saw Mo Huiling walk in with her belly puffed out, they immediately remembered that Mo Huiling had previously announced that she was pregnant with Gu Jing's child. Now, she had come to the Gu family's old mansion to meet Gu Xiande. Did that mean that the things she had said before were true? Everyone couldn't help but look at the people at the main table. Mo Huiling could feel everyone's eyes on her. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. It made her eyes ache. And Gu Xiande was there. She could see that Lin Che was sitting at the same table as the old man. She was actually sitting there, yes, since she was with Gu Jingze, as Gu Jingze's wife, the young madam of the Gu family, she would naturally be sitting there. That position was supposed to be hers. The position that people looked up to, the position that people were jealous of, was supposed to be hers. But now, it was Lin Che's. Mo Huiling clenched her fists. Fortunately, at this moment, she heard the people around her talking about her. Miss Mo is still the young lady of a wealthy family after all. Yes, I feel that Miss Mo is pregnant with Gu Jing's child and she was called here. Lin Che's position is in danger. That's right. No matter how good-looking Lin Che is, he is still an actor. Looks like Miss Mo is more likable. Of course. After all, she brought her child here. Which old man doesn't like children? Mo Huiling raised her head confidently when she heard these comments. They were right. Old Master Gu definitely liked children. Soon, they reached the inside. Gu Jingze stood up and looked at Gu Lanshan. Elder aunt, what's going on? Lin Che hurriedly stood up and held Gu Jingze's arm. Gu Lanshan said, "What's wrong?" "I just told your grandfather that Miss Mo is waiting outside to celebrate your grandfather's birthday." "What's wrong? Can't she give you something to express her gratitude?" At this moment, Gu Xiande raised his hand slightly. "Jingze, that's enough. It's not a big deal." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. Mo Huiling stood there looking pitiful. Many people were staring at the front. Although they didn't dare to look at her directly, they still peeked curiously. Chapter 621. Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xiande. "Grandfather, all right, I know what I'm doing. Sit down." Gu Jingze turned back to look at Mo Huiling. His gloomy face made people feel cold. But he still sat down. Lin Che said to himself, "Forget it, Gu Jingze. Today is grandfather's birthday." Gu Jingze nodded. "There are so many people here. I have to respect grandfather." Although Lin Che was unhappy, he still said so. Gu Jingze remained silent. After hearing Lin Che's words, he silently nodded his head. Everyone's attention was focused on Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling glanced at Lin Che beside her and said to Gu Xiande, "Grandpa Gu, it's been a long time since I've come to see you because of my body's inconvenience. I heard that it's your birthday today, so I asked Auntie to help me come and celebrate your birthday. This is my gift to you. I hope you like it. I'm surprised that you still remember it. It's not a big deal." Gu Xiande stood up and, to everyone's surprise, he came down to welcome Mo Huiling. He looked down at Mo Huiling's stomach and nodded. "Take care of yourself. That's more important than anything else." Mo Huiling felt her grandfather's hand patting her shoulder. She was so touched that she wanted to cry. Especially at that moment, she felt the people around her looking at her in surprise. Everyone looked at Mo Huiling, the sounds of discussion lingering in their ears. The one in her stomach is already the best gift. She'll be amazing if old Master Gu thinks so highly of her. This Miss Mo is really unexpected. But she has really stolen the limelight today. Alright, save it. How can your gift compare to the one in her stomach? No one can steal the limelight from her today. Everyone's attention was focused on Mo Huiling. There were some people who remembered Lin Che, but where's Lin Che? Does he still dare to show up? I think old Master Gu doesn't have time for him today. He used to like Lin Che and boasted about him. I think he's just a so-so. That's right. He used to think highly of Lin Che. But from what I see, rumors can't be trusted. Then Mo Huiling said to old Master Gu, Grandpa, I prepared a gift to celebrate your birthday. Oh, really? What is it? Mo Huiling immediately asked someone to bring the things up. Everyone watched as the two of them carried a massive object over and placed it in front of them, making everyone feel quite curious about what was inside. Gu Xianda was stunned at first, and then he said, This is... Mo Huiling smiled and said, This is a purple jade screen that I asked someone to find. I heard that Grandpa likes antiques, so I thought that Grandpa might like it. Ah, the purple jade screen. It's that screen from the Ming and Qing dynasties. I heard that it was bought by a collector a few years ago, and there was no news of it after that. Many people said that it was sent overseas. Is it that screen worth tens of millions? It doesn't matter how much it costs. The key is that no one will sell it. This will only become more and more valuable in the future. Who would sell it? Moreover, there is only one of it. You can't find it anywhere else. It's definitely worth a lot. Gu Xianda looked at Mo Huiling abruptly before he walked over. He looked at the screen and reached out to touch it, looking very satisfied. Yeah, I was looking for someone to find this screen. I didn't expect that you would find it for me first. Mo Huiling said, Really? That's such a coincidence. I just asked someone to find it too. Good, good. Someone, find a seat for Miss Mo. The servants hurriedly went to move the chairs, and everyone became even more chaotic. The sounds of discussion came one after another. Mo Huiling's gift is really generous. Where did you find such a screen? That must be very expensive. Looks like old Master Gu is really satisfied. He even praised it. Yeah, it's not easy to get a compliment from old Master Gu. Everyone looked at Mo Huiling enviously. She had given a good gift today, and old Master Gu was so happy that he let her sit in the front, which made many people envious. Mu Wanqing's face darkened. She stared at Mo Huiling with dissatisfaction when she saw that Mo Huiling actually sat in the seat. Mo Huiling looked at Lin Che proudly. She had just heard someone say, Miss Mo has overshadowed Lin Che this time. She came with a belly and a gift, but Lin Che didn't even give her a gift. What can she give him? It's all Gu Jing's preparation. Look at her now. Old Master Gu doesn't even look at Lin Che. He must have forgotten about her. It wasn't that Lin Che didn't hear these discussions. Even if she couldn't hear them clearly, she could still see their eyes and expressions. Mu Wanqing was furious. She looked at Lin Che, who was sitting there, and said to her, I heard from Jingza that you prepared something for Grandpa. Take it out and show it to Grandpa. Lin Che suddenly realized that it was really difficult to take out her gift. She saw that everyone's gifts were all expensive jewelry and antiques, but hers was, however, seeing that everyone was looking at her, Lin Che had no choice but to stand up and say, Grandpa, I made a gift for Grandpa. When Gu Xianda heard this, he turned around and said, Really? You made it yourself? What is it? Lin Che took out a relief painting. It was a relief painting made on paper. On it was a family portrait. The members of the Gu family were all in it. There was Gu Jingming, Gu Jingze, Lin Che, Yu Minmin, and Gu Jingyu. Gu Lanshan was watching from the side. When she saw Gu Jingyu, she immediately said, Jingyu is here too. Little Che, you're really thoughtful. This family portrait is even more complete than the people at our table. The people watching from the side also felt like laughing when they saw this gift. This Lin Che was too shabby. He made a family portrait and gave it to her. What kind of gift was this? She thought it was child's play. Sure enough, Gu Xianda's expression changed suddenly. Gu Lanshan watched from the side, deliberately smiling at Lin Che. Lin Che said, I just wanted to say that the family is often not complete, so I made a family portrait for Grandpa. I hope that when Grandpa sees the people in it, he sees us. However, Gu Lanshan raised her head and looked at Lin Che. Xiao Che, don't you know that Jingyu quarreled with her family and hasn't been home for a few years? Your grandfather has also said that he won't allow Gu Jingyu to return to the house for the rest of her life. Now that you've sent a family portrait with Gu Jingyu in it, what's the meaning of this? Everyone was stunned. No one had thought that there would be such a reason. They all looked at Lin Che worriedly. This time, Lin Che's bootlicking had failed. Was he going to kiss the horse's leg instead? However, at this moment, who are you talking about? A lonely voice suddenly came from the door. Everyone turned around in surprise. They saw Gu Jingyu, who hadn't appeared in the Gu family for a long time, appear at the entrance of the Gu family's house. Chapter 622. Gu Lanshan turned around and saw Gu Jingyu, whom she hadn't seen for many years. She didn't know when he had appeared at the door. Mu Wanqing stood up immediately. Lin Che stood up as well. Gu Xianda stood there in a daze and moved slightly. Everyone watched as Gu Jingyu looked inside. The expression on his face was unreadable. After a moment of silence, he strode forward, one step at a time. Gu Jingyu. It's really Gu Jingyu. What is he doing today? Is he here to reconcile? Everyone watched as Gu Jingyu walked all the way to his seat. Gu Xianda looked at him with narrowed eyes. Gu Jingyu paused and swept his gaze across the people at the table. Then, he slowly fixed his gaze on Gu Xianda. Happy birthday, grandfather. Gu Xianda's eyes moved slightly. Excitement could be seen on his old face. He stood up, walked around the table and came to Gu Jingyu. He grabbed Gu Jingyu's hand and touched the back of Gu Jingyu's hand. After a long time, he said, Jingyu, it's good that you're back. Grandfather is very happy. Grandfather is very happy for today's birthday. Everyone was even more surprised. However, no matter how bad he was still his grandson. He would still be soft-hearted no matter what. However, Gu Xianda had always been a man of his word and never left any leeway. It made people think that he would not give in easily this time. Perhaps it was because he was old and his way of thinking was different from the past. Gu Jingyu said, Grandfather, this is a gift for you. Gu Xianda quickly took it and opened it. It was a small cigarette holder. It looked small and exquisite, but it was very beautiful. Gu Jingyu said, I remember breaking one when I was young. Grandfather didn't say anything. This can be considered as returning it to you. Yes, you were the naughtiest when you were young. You couldn't even count the number of things you broke. Yes, yes. I will slowly make it up to you in the future. Okay, okay. I will wait for you to make it up to me. Come in and sit. Gu Jingyu looked around and came to Lin Che's side. Everyone was surprised to see Gu Jingyu smile at Lin Che. Lin Che was still in shock. He hadn't expected that Gu Jingyu would actually come. After Gu Jingyu sat down, he smiled at Lin Che and said, What's wrong? Are you stunned? Why are you here? You didn't say it. I did say that. Yeah, I thought about it. Since a stupid person like you could figure it out, of course I can't lose to you. That's why I came. Gu Xiande saw that the two of them were talking to each other. He looked at them and asked, "You've known each other for a long time." Gu Xiande didn't like the entertainment industry very much, so he had never seen any news about it. His family knew that he didn't like it, so they naturally wouldn't say anything. Gu Jingyu said, "Of course, grandfather. I'm good friends with second sister-in-law. Don't tell me you just found out." "Ah, yes, I'm old. I can't keep up with the trends of you young people anymore. I came to see you. Jingyu, Xiaoche just gave Grandpa a family portrait, and you're already here." Gu Jingyu turned his head and looked at the family portrait. He was also filled with emotions. "We'll take one ourselves in the future." "Okay, when you're all free, we'll go to the back and take one later." Gu Xiande looked at Lin Che and patted the seat next to him with a smile. "Jingyu, sit here. Xiaoche, sit next to Grandpa." The people below were stunned again. Gu Xiande looked at the table full of people with a smile, then looked at Gu Jingyu and Lin Che next to him. A rare kindness appeared on his face. Everyone present could feel that the old man was in a really good mood today. He talked to Lin Che, then to Gu Jingyu. They looked so warm that the others couldn't interrupt even if they wanted to. Gu Xiande just smiled and looked at his grandchildren. He looked at Gu Jingze and narrowed his eyes, as if to say, "Jingyu, you've indeed found a good wife." As smart as he was, how could he not know that Gu Jingyu had come back this time because Lin Che had secretly persuaded him? Mo Huiling was watching them from the side. She wanted to interrupt them for a while, but she couldn't. She could only watch Lin Che sitting next to Gu Xiande, talking and laughing all the way. Gu Jingyu was also very close to her. From time to time, he would chat with her for a while. It was as if Mo Huiling was just an outsider sitting at this table. Why did Gu Xiande like Lin Che so much? Moreover, it seemed that he liked Lin Che more and more. He was extremely satisfied with Lin Che. Gu Lanshan looked at them from the side. Mu Wanqing was touched. She looked at Lin Che and almost cried. Gu Lanshan gritted her teeth and said to Mo Huiling in a low voice, "You've been with Gu Jingze for so long, but you don't know anyone around him." Mo Huiling's heart felt like it had been hit hard. She wanted to know them too, but Gu Jingze didn't like to take her out, so she didn't know anyone. I know someone too. It's just that, our relationship isn't too good," Mo Huiling said. Gu Lanshan said, Why don't you learn from Lin Che? Look at how he fawns over people. You, on the other hand, are so eager to fawn over people. Jingyu and Jingming don't even pay attention to you. They treat you as if you don't exist." Mo Huiling felt so wrong that her tears were about to fall. I'm not as scheming as Lin Che. He's just a scheming bitch. What can I do? Gu Lanshan only snorted coldly. She leaned over and stopped talking. She thought to herself that it wasn't without reason that Mo Huiling was defeated by a mere Lin Che. She couldn't even be compared to Lin Che. The people below also looked at this scene and suddenly became excited. It was really rare to see Gu Jingyu and Gu Xiande sitting together today. Such a scene was actually witnessed by them. They would be able to brag about it when they got back. Moreover, they looked at Lin Che enviously. She was a granddaughter-in-law, but she could sit beside Gu Xiande and chat cheerfully with him as if they were family. They suddenly felt that what Mo Huiling did just now was nothing. No matter how expensive the gift was, it was still something that could be bought. Lin Che had finally caught old Master Gu's fancy. Or, giving gifts also depended on the person. If someone you liked gave you a gift, no matter how cheap it was a sign of his sincerity. If someone you didn't like gave you a gift, no matter how expensive it was still something that could be bought. It wasn't a big deal. Didn't this mean that if Gu Xianda liked Lin Che, she didn't need to give him a gift to express her sincerity? She could still sit beside Gu Xianda. Previously, she thought that the rumors that Gu Xianda valued and liked Lin Che were fake. Now, it seemed that the person who said such things was the one who was slapped in the face. Chapter 623. He really valued Lin Che, and Lin Che was also extremely good at pleasing the old man. It seemed that even if Mo Huiling brought the child into the family, she would only be a mother because of the child. It would probably be difficult for her to do anything. Gu Xianda had a good meal. After eating, he went back to get someone to look for a photographer. He really wanted to take a family portrait. In the future, I'll put the family portrait that Xiao Che gave me together with this. Isn't that good? Yes, father, you have great taste. Xiao Che did this really well. Xiao Che, you're really clever. Little Aunt saw that Lin Che was being pampered and quickly started to flatter him. Gu Lanshan couldn't be bothered. Seeing Mu Wanqing's smug look, she felt angry. However, she didn't dare to say that she wouldn't take the photo, so she could only follow. Naturally, there was no one else to take the family portrait. Mo Huiling sat there. Seeing that everyone had gotten up and walked out, and no one was paying attention to her, she stood up quickly, as if she wanted to ask someone what she should do. Was she going to just sit here? Hey! Big Aunt! Little Aunt! Jingza, however, no one paid attention to her. She could only watch as the group of people left the table, leaving her standing there alone, not knowing what to do. The other guests in the room were all looking at Mo Huiling, laughing and pointing at her. Mo Huiling didn't need to listen to know that they were definitely laughing at her. She secretly clenched her fists and thought angrily in her heart. Damn Lin Che, damn it. Why did Gu Jingyu come? Why was Gu Jingyu so close to her? He actually listened to her and came straight to the old mansion. If not for Gu Jingyu's arrival, everyone's eyes would have been attracted to Lin Che and Gu Jingyu, and she wouldn't have fallen into such a helpless situation. Outside, the whole family stood together to take a family portrait. Gu Xianda pulled Gu Jingyu. We still have your room at home. Come back when you're free. Gu Jingyu said, yes, I understand. I'll come back when I'm free, but I've been filming overseas recently, don't always go abroad. It's not good for your health to fly for more than 10 hours. Yes, I know. You just need to take care of yourself. If you have no other choice, I'll get someone to book a plane for you tomorrow. It'll take the Gu family's route. Don't always fight with your second brother for the plane. It'll be easier to arrange your time if you have your own. I'm not used to grandfather being so generous all of a sudden. You little brat. Don't act like you've gotten a bargain. If you don't want it, I'll give it to little Che. Yes, why wouldn't I? Sister-in-law and second brother have a plane to take. Why are you giving all of them to their family? They have so many planes. Can they take all of them? Lin Che was speechless. She didn't dare to ask for a private jet. If people found out that she had a private jet, they would definitely hate her to death. Gu Xianda gestured for Gu Lanshan and the rest to go out and entertain the guests. He was tired and wouldn't be going out. He only looked at Lin Che and sighed, little Che, I know it's not good to let Mo Huiling in, but there are so many people watching. Lin Che lowered his head, I know, no, you don't know. This kind of thing happens every day in this circle. Not every man is as righteous as Jingza. There are a lot of crooked men who have women and children outside. If I don't let Mo Huiling in, I don't know what they'll think. They might think that I'm slapping their faces. If I don't allow this to happen, it will make them unhappy. It's not a big deal if they're unhappy, but if they lose the trust of the people, it'll be hard for them to be the head of the family. Which family head would turn a blind eye to this kind of thing? Otherwise, some people are willing to do it, and the family knows it. It's not good for me to interfere with their family affairs. So, I can't be too harsh on Imo Wheeling. Although Lin Che was naive, she knew that no one had to stand on her side. She knew that she was Gu Xianda's granddaughter-in-law. It was already very good for him to treat her this way. It was unrealistic to expect more understanding and care from him. Lin Che said, "I know, grandfather." "All right, you're a good girl. Little Che, grandfather will definitely promise you that when her child is born, we won't admit it, whether it's Jingza's or not. We won't let her stay in the Gu family either." Lin Che smiled. "I believe what Jingza said. The child won't be his." "I think so too. Jingza won't do something he's not confident in. But the child hasn't been born yet. If we say this, she'll definitely distort the truth. We don't have any evidence, so we can't force her to abort the child, or force her to do a paternity test. Otherwise, if something goes wrong with the child, she'll blame it on us. When the child is born, it'll be obvious that it's the Gu family's flesh and blood. Things like blood can't lie. It'll be much easier to do a paternity test after the child is born. When the evidence is conclusive, she won't be able to deny it even if she wants to." "Yes, grandfather, I understand." Everyone couldn't help but feel a little jealous when they saw that Gu Xianda had asked Lin Che to stay in private to talk more. Gu Lanshan looked at Mu Wanqing and snorted, "Looks like your daughter-in-law has some of your skills. Look at how good she is at making people happy." Mu Wanqing looked at Gu Lanshan. "Father has his own ideas. It's impossible to deceive him. After all, father has seen through many people and things over the years. So, if father really likes someone, it's not something we can control. If you're not convinced, you can ask father why he must be so good to little Che. There's no point in being jealous with me." "You? Who's jealous with you?" "I'm jealous of Lin Che." Would I be jealous of a junior?" Gu Lanshan left and Mu Wanqing didn't bother with her anymore. When Lin Che came out, he found Gu Jingyu immediately. "Senior Jingyu." She ran over and looked at Gu Jingyu. "Senior Jingyu, I'm really happy that you could come today." Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. She tilted her head and gestured to Gu Jingza, who was behind her. "It was second brother who found me first." "What?" Lin Che asked in surprise. "Gu Jingza found you first." "Why?" Gu Jingyu said, "Second brother told me about the gift you prepared for grandfather. He also said that if I didn't come, grandfather might feel embarrassed and get angry at you. If I didn't come, he was worried that he would come to collect your corpse, so, Gu Jingza had actually done this in secret. He had already planned everything. No wonder, when he first found out that she was going to give him this gift, he didn't object at all and even helped her. This old fox, Lin Che really felt that he had lost to Gu Jingza. Chapter 624. So this was how he strategized. No wonder he hadn't done anything today. Lin Che couldn't help but admire him. This was what a businessman should be. He did everything quietly, and in the end, he was the one in charge. Gu Jingyu looked at Lin Che. "My second brother is willing to put in so much effort for you, and he even went to look for me. Lin Che, I think you're very lucky." "Lucky?" "Yeah. You don't have to compare yourself with Mo Wheeling. She can't compare to you because my second brother is on your side. He cares about you so much and does so much for you. This already shows how important you are to him. So, how can Mo Wheeling compare to him? You don't have to worry at all. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, who was in the distance. He was still talking to Gu Jingming. As if he felt her gaze, he turned his head and met Lin Che's eyes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Lin Che said, "Sigh, I'm just lucky." "Nonsense," Gu Jingyu said. "Do you think that being lucky has a negative connotation? A person is lucky because they have accumulated a lot of good fortune. You have accumulated so much good fortune because you are a good person. Not everyone is that lucky because not everyone is prepared to accept good fortune. Do you understand?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu with a smile and nodded his head forcefully. "I understand, Senior Jingyu." Everyone was already very good to her and she was already very satisfied. Lin Che smiled at Gu Jingyu. Seeing that Gu Jingze and Gu Jingming had finished talking, she skipped over. Gu Jingze walked towards Lin Che with steady steps. Lin Che smiled and skipped over. "Gu Jingze. What's wrong?" Lin Che looked up at him. He lowered his head and squinted his eyes as if he was slightly drunk. Lin Che just looked at him quietly and held his hand. She felt that she had already said too many words of thanks and there was no need to say more. She just held his hand and walked out with a smile. As they walked, she thought that Gu Jingze was really amazing. It was as if everything was in his hands, and the most important thing was that he did it so quietly. Lin Che wondered what other things Gu Jingze had done to silently protect her when she wasn't aware of it. Gu Lanshan greeted Gu Jingze with a smile when she saw him coming out with Lin Che. "Jingze, are you leaving?" "That's right. If we don't leave, are we going to wait and see Aunt continue to play different roles here?" Gu Lanshan choked on his words. Gu Lanshan's face darkened. "Jingze, is this how you talk to your elders?" "That's right. I believe that an elder should be someone who loves and cares for the younger generation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be fit to be an elder. That's why. I don't think there's anything wrong with the way I speak to Auntie. After all, in Auntie's heart, she's even more childish and immature than a junior." You, Gu Lanshan pointed a trembling finger at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze pulled Lin Che along, ignoring Gu Lanshan, and walked straight out. Yu Minmin said goodbye to Lin Che and left with Gu Jingming. There were still a lot of guests outside. Yu Minmin followed Gu Jingming obediently and didn't say a word. When they passed by, Yu Minmin didn't say a word even though people kept staring at him. He just walked out directly. When they finally got into the car, the eyes that followed them like shadows finally disappeared. Yu Minmin heaved a sigh of relief and said to Gu Jingming, "Are all the people who came today relatives?" "Yes, most of them are," Gu Jingming said. Yu Minmin said, "All right, I think they're all very careful. They're just relatives from the side branches, so they rarely come to the old mansion." "I see," Yu Minmin said. "Even Gu Jingyu came today. Ah, I feel like I'm witnessing history. Do you think he'll really reconcile with his family?" Gu Jingming nodded. "Since he's back, it means he's reconciled. Previously, he just couldn't let go of his pride. Moreover, these people are always thinking that grandfather doesn't like Jingyu. In fact, grandfather likes Jingyu the most." "Really?" Yu Minmin tilted her head and looked at him. Gu Jingming said, "Old people always like the young. Moreover, Jingyu has always been a mischievous kid. Wherever he is, it's always lively. So, even if they broke up, how could it be like what people say? How could they not see each other? Some people even want to make an issue out of this. They forgot that Jingyu is a descendant of the Gu family. He's grandfather's biological grandson. No grandfather wouldn't want his own grandson. They're wrong." "Alright, so you're saying that everything that happened today was just someone making an issue out of this?" Yes, it should be my aunt. She's always been at odds with my mother. Why would they be at odds? Yu Minmin asked. Because mother is the mistress of the Gu family. She can only listen to mother's arrangements. Alright. Actually, in ordinary families, sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law don't get along very well, Gu Jingming said. But, you won't be at odds with Lin Che in the future, will you? Of course not, Yu Minmin said. Why wouldn't we be at odds? You're sisters-in-law. At the same time, one of you might be the mistress in the future. Ha, forget it, Yu Minmin said. This is a matter for the management. If we really had the choice, we might have discussed it among ourselves. Just like our studio, we just have to work together. There's no need to compete. Hearing this, Gu Jingming lowered his head and looked at Yu Minmin for a long time. After a while, he said, "It's best if you think that way, because you can't be the mistress." Ah. The future head of the family will be Jingze. This is almost decided by the family. I'm different from him. Yu Minmin thought, yeah, if he's going to be the president, then he can't be the head of the family. But what did he mean just now? Was he testing her? Yu Minmin secretly glared at him. She thought, how naughty. She didn't want to be the mistress. Gu Jingming suddenly came over. Yu Minmin quickly said, You. What are you doing? I seem to have seen you glaring at me just now. Yu Minmin quickly said, No, no. How could that be? I wasn't glaring at you. Gu Jingming looked at her slightly. His gaze seemed calm, but it was full of pressure. Yu Minmin didn't dare to look at him directly. She quickly looked away, but she could still feel Gu Jingming's oppressive gaze on the back of her head. After a long time, Gu Jingming suddenly pulled her head over. Ugh, she wanted to say this in the car, but she didn't say it out loud. Because her mouth had already been completely sealed by him. Chapter 625. Yu Minmin wanted to say that there were many people watching. Don't do this, however, Gu Jingming lowered his head and bit her lips. He wrapped his arms around her arm and pressed her down on the back seat of the car. No. Gu. Yu Minmin shouted. There's someone. Gu Jingming raised his hand. There was no need for words. The chauffeur understood very quickly. He pressed a button and a black partition rose from the car, separating the chauffeur from the back seat. The back seat of the car seemed to be an independent space. Gu Jingming leaned over and stared at Yu Minmin's panting face in the dark. Yu Minmin was completely pressed down by him. Her limbs were pressed down by him. The space was narrow to begin with and she couldn't move at all. No, the window, the glass is not transparent. The people outside can't see anything. His voice was already hoarse. But what? But the more you shout, the more time is wasted. He bit her lips again. This time, it was more intense than before. He licked her body, lifted her leg with one hand, and lifted her skirt. Needless to say, there was a storm of attacks below. In the beginning, Yu Minmin was still resisting. But later, she became uneasy because of his skillful technique. She couldn't resist anymore. She didn't want to start in such a place, but he always had a lot of ways to make her lose her mind. Even if she didn't want to, she would still follow her heart in the end. Finally, the car stopped. Yu Minmin felt that they must have taken a long detour on the road to reach Glass Palace. Otherwise, Gu Jingming wouldn't have had enough time for this journey. It was hard for the chauffeur to be so good at timing. He probably drove towards Glass Palace when there was no more movement behind them. Yu Minmin panted in the dark. She raised her tired eyes and saw that Gu Jingming had turned his shirt inside out. There was a thin layer of sweat on his bare skin. Under the illumination of the street lights outside, he looked even sexier in the dark. He gave off a feeling of coldness. He put on the shirt casually and buttoned it up one by one. Then he lowered his head and tidied her skirt. Seeing that Yu Minmin didn't move, he shook his head, turned sideways, and picked Yu Minmin up. "Don't. I'll walk by myself." The people outside already had their imaginations running wild. If they continued to hug like this, don't move. Gu Jingming didn't like her resistance. He lowered his head and frowned. Then he carried her out of the car. The people outside acted as if nothing had happened. They opened the door and let them in. Although no one was looking at them, Yu Minmin still felt ashamed to see them. This Gu Jingming. Is he used to driving all the time? Why doesn't he choose a good place to do it? If this went on, she would be too ashamed to face anyone. Just as Gu Jingming was carrying Yu Minmin into the house, he suddenly opened a door and saw someone standing inside. In Suya. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. The smile that was supposed to greet him disappeared in an instant. When their eyes met, In Suya stood there in a daze. She looked at the two of them and didn't react at all. You guys," Gu Jingming was stunned too. Then he put Yu Minmin down. However, the two of them looked disheveled. Although they had tidied up, she could still tell that something was amiss. What shocked In Suya even more was that Gu Jingming had carried Yu Minmin into the house so openly. Carrying her in Suya had always known that Gu Jingming was powerful. But it was only now that she felt that Gu Jingming was really powerful. He was so powerful that when he carried a woman like that, it felt as if his hands could carry the whole world. But now he was holding another woman in his arms. In Suya looked at Yu Minmin with jealousy. Gu Jingming said, "You're here." In Suya said, "Yes. I'm here to deliver the club's information to you. You didn't attend it a few times." She looked at Yu Minmin again. Yu Minmin quickly said, "Oh, you guys talk. I'll go in first." Seeing Yu Minmin run in, Gu Jingming walked over to In Suya and said, "You can ask someone else to deliver the information next time." In Suya could only force a smile on her face and look at Gu Jingming. What an interesting feeling. You two are becoming more and more like a married couple. Gu Jingming's expression changed slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Aren't we? We're another kind. Gu Jingming said, "It's not what you think." Really? In Suya's eyes were filled with hope. If he didn't fall in love with Yu Minmin, she could understand everything else. In Suya had known that their marriage was a political one. But she had thought that she didn't feel anything before. She used to think that she would pity the woman who was married to Gu Jingming. But when she saw her marry Gu Jingming, she realized that she was jealous. Whether it was a political marriage or not, Yu Minmin had become the first lady, but as long as Gu Jingming didn't fall in love with Yu Minmin, In Suya still felt a little better. But she looked at Gu Jingming, who was in front of her, and saw a mark on his chest. Her heart twitched. He and Yu Minmin, were they so close? Could it be that they were outside, making love with each other? In Suya couldn't stand it anymore when she thought of how they were doing all kinds of intimate actions together. She forced a smile and looked at Gu Jingming. "I was just saying. I know that. Your marriage is just a political one. You won't be so stupid to fall in love with such a woman." Such a woman. What kind of woman was she? Gu Jingming subconsciously thought that Yu Minmin was actually a very smart woman. It was just that he was very unhappy with her resistance and fear towards him. He looked at In Suya and didn't say anything. He felt that he was a little tired, so he said perfunctorily, "All right, it's late. You should go back first. I have some other work to do. I'll ask someone to send you home." In Suya quickly got into the car from Glass Palace and went home. However, on the way there, she thought to herself that she had to think of a way to stop Gu Jingming from being alone with Yu Minmin for too long. At least, she had to put someone in their relationship. Otherwise, if they spent too much time together, their relationship would only deepen. As for Yu Minmin, the first thing she saw when she entered was her phone ringing. She picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat notification. It was a WeChat photo from Feng Xiaoqing. It was the Gu family's house. I saw the paparazzi taking a photo of your artist, Lin Che. Chapter 626. Yu Minmin was stunned. She took a closer look and it was true. There were probably too many people at night and Gu Jing's men didn't notice that there were paparazzi following them. It was getting harder and harder to keep Lin Che's identity a secret. After all, there were too many people who wanted to poach her. Yu Minmin said, "It's okay. It'll be the same tomorrow." Feng Xiaoqing said, "Minmin, did you go to the Gu family today?" "Yeah," Yu Minmin said. "Oh, is there an event at the Gu family?" "Yeah. Yeah, you're a big shot in the Gu family now." Yu Minmin was speechless. "I'm a big shot just because I go in and out of the Gu family. Your definition of a big shot is too narrow." Feng Xiaoqing smiled. "Aren't you coming to my company to talk about the advertisement tomorrow?" "See you tomorrow." "Okay." Yu Minmin looked at the photo repeatedly. Luckily, the paparazzi didn't get a picture of Gu Jing's face. They only got a picture of Lin Che's side profile. She would be able to fool them no matter what. She searched the news again and saw that Lin Che was indeed attending a banquet at the Gu family's house. The news said that old Master Gu Xianda's birthday banquet would only invite his own family members. They didn't expect Lin Che to attend. They said that Lin Che attracted the attention of many rich second-generation heirs. They didn't expect him to be associated with a rich family again, and a super rich one at that. Was Lin Che going to live in a rich family? The fans started guessing when they saw the news. Some said that it was common for female celebrities to marry into rich families. They thought that Lin Che was special, but they didn't expect him to be so snobbish. Some said that another female celebrity was going to become a breeding machine for rich families. There were also people who objected. They said, "Are you happy that I'm not looking for a rich family member but an ordinary person? You should say, how can an ordinary person be worthy of your Lin Che?" Some people also said, "If it's the Gu family, isn't it Gu Jingyu's family? Maybe Gu Jingyu invited Lin Che to attend the family banquet. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu are really close. Don't make wild guesses, okay? This only proves that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu are very close." Someone else added, "You guys definitely don't know who Lin Che's partner is. It's Yu Minmin, the Empress of the Nation. What's wrong with the Empress of the Nation bringing her friend to the Gu family's banquet? You guys really know how to make up stories." However, there were still some people who were envious. They said that it was good to be a celebrity. The people who were related to them were all top rich and powerful families. Some people also said that Lin Che was different from other celebrities. Looking at Lin Che's connections, which one of them wasn't shocking? Although celebrities were always connected to the rich and powerful, Lin Che was the only celebrity who had connections with the Gu family. After reading these messages, Yu Minmin wondered if she should respond to them. But after thinking about it, he decided to let them continue guessing. Anyway, in a few days, these fans would find an explanation for themselves. There was no need for them to think too much about it. The explanation that the fans thought of might be the most reasonable one. The next day, Yu Minmin told Lin Che the news. Lin Che was confused and complained when he saw the news, "These paparazzi are really too much. How can they secretly take pictures of such a private gathering? Yu Minmin said, anyway, you should be more careful. There are probably paparazzi watching you now. I've already asked people to get rid of some of them and warned some paparazzi studios. But you're too famous now. There will only be more and more people watching you. It's hard to guard against them. Lin Che nodded and said, I'll try my best to be careful. Yu Minmin said, luckily, Gu Jing's people are watching over them. They'll definitely be better than others. Oh yeah, are we going to the advertising agency today? Yes, we'll leave after signing the contract. There are still other itineraries. Some publicity for the witchcraft notes will be released soon. You still have a lot of work to do. The two of them went to the advertising agency together. After entering the door, they went straight inside. Lin Che and Yu Minmin chatted along the way. Before they reached the innermost part, they saw Feng Xiaoqing waiting for Yu Minmin. Minmin, he said with a smile. Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin in surprise. Because Feng Xiaoqing called her so intimately, Lin Che found it a little strange. Yu Minmin quickly introduced him to Lin Che. Oh, this is my classmate. He's also the young master of this advertising agency. His name is Feng Xiaoqing. Everyone calls him Young Master Feng. Lin Che nodded and stretched out her hand. Hello. Feng Xiaoqing looked at Lin Che and was stunned. He thought that she looked better than on TV. Some celebrities didn't have much of an aura in real life, but she was different. She had a faint aura in real life. However, she was still a celebrity. Feng Xiaoqing wasn't interested in her. He didn't know that Lin Che was not only a celebrity but also the young mistress of the Gu family. He only focused on Yu Minmin and said with a smile, the contract is signed here. Let's have a seat over there after signing the contract. If you're not busy, let's have a cup of coffee. Our company's coffee is pretty good. Yu Minmin said politely, okay, you don't have to be so polite with me. After signing the contract, Feng Xiaoqing was still waiting for her. Yu Minmin could only say to Lin Che, wait for me. I'll go have a seat. Lin Che nodded and squeezed Yu Minmin. He's not interested in you, is he? Yu Minmin said. Go to hell. How is that possible? Lin Che said, where's young Master Feng? He's a little impressive. Yu Minmin said, he's also a little, but he's not even as good as your young Master Gu. Go on. Alright, that was natural. This was just an advertising company. Lin Che knew quite a few big families, but she had never seen this one before. It seemed like it wasn't some big family in Country C. After Lin Che left, Feng Xiaoqing brought Yu Minmin inside. After Yu Minmin entered, she was stunned to see that there were quite a few strangers sitting in the room. Feng Xiaoqing smiled and said, oh, I forgot to mention that some people from the company's board of directors are here today. Is that okay? What else could Yu Minmin say? She could only smile at these strangers and say, it's fine. Feng Xiaoqing brought her in and introduced her proudly as they walked. Madam President, I'm sure everyone knows you, but I don't think many of you have seen your real face. Coincidentally, you're here today. The people in the room immediately stood up to greet her. Yu Minmin was naturally uncomfortable. She didn't know what Feng Xiaoqing was doing. Feng Xiaoqing looked at everyone's respectful attitude towards Yu Minmin. He smiled and pulled Yu Minmin to the main seat inside. The people from the board of directors looked at Feng Xiaoqing with a face full of praise. Their attitude had changed slightly. I didn't expect young Master Feng to be friends with Madam President. Feng Xiaoqing puffed out his chest. Yeah, we're old classmates. Yu Minmin smiled. After Feng Xiaoqing finished speaking, he whispered into Yu Minmin's ear, forgive me. They're from the board of directors. I can't chase them away. Just take it that they're helping me. Chapter 627. Min could only smile and tell him that it was okay. But she was already a little unhappy. Feng Xiaoqing's actions made her feel as if she was being used. The board members looked at Min and kept smiling and complimenting her. Madam President, you look much better in person than on TV. I saw your wedding. You've been too low-key after that. It's our honor to have you gracing our company with your presence. Young Master Feng, I didn't expect you to be classmates with Madam President. This is really, after listening for a while, Min finally couldn't take it anymore and said to everyone, actually, I'm just here to handle some work. Alright, there are still people waiting for me outside. Everyone, take your time. I'll be leaving first. Everyone immediately stood up and saw her off. Min spoke for a long time before telling them not to follow her. Everyone said, alright, alright. Let young Master Feng see Madam out. Feng Xiaoqing followed Min. He looked at Min and said, Min. Min turned back to look at him. Feng Xiaoqing said, I'm sorry. You must be angry. Min ran her hand through her hair. No, it's just. What's going on? Feng Xiaoqing looked at Min and said, I'm sorry. The company is in a competition for shares. I'm not as competitive as my uncle because I'm too young. So, when you came this time, I suddenly remembered that the board members were also here, so I wanted to bring them to see you and let them know that I'm not completely useless. Young. Min, I still have you as my old classmate. I believe you'll support me. Min sighed and looked at him. Actually, it's useless. I'm just Gu Jingming's wife. I won't be of any help to you. Feng Xiaoqing said, I know. I just want them to see you. They'll have some reservations. You don't know what Madam President is capable of. It's enough for them to see you. Why would I really let you do anything? This is just my personal matter. I won't really involve you. Min looked at him and said, forget it. Since you've told me, how can I not help you? But I hope that you'll ask me in advance in the future. Yes, it was all too sudden this time. I didn't expect the board of directors to come today, really. Feng Xiaoqing stared at Min. Min had no choice but to say, it's okay. I'll leave first. Lin Che is still waiting for me. Seeing that Min had left, Feng Xiaoqing harumphed. Behind him, his secretary was walking over seductively. Young Master Feng, she's so gullible. Feng Xiaoqing chuckled. I've already told you, she's been secretly in love with me. This kind of relationship won't just disappear like that. Young Master Feng is really amazing, even the president's wife secretly likes you. Just you wait. She will help me sooner or later. As long as I ask, she won't refuse. That's great. Then wouldn't it be easy for young Master Feng to soar in the future? We won't have to worry about getting him to help us recruit a few glass palace businesses. Do we have to take it slow? Feng Xiaoqing put his arm around the secretary's slender waist, and the two of them walked inside. After Min came out, Lin Che saw that she didn't look too good. He walked over and asked, what's wrong? Min shook her head and said, it's nothing. I just feel that Feng Xiaoqing is a little different from before. Ah. Min sighed, feeling a little regretful. Although people change, it doesn't feel good to see someone I used to know become more and more unfamiliar. Maybe I'm too sensitive. Haven't I changed a lot too? Why should I care about other people's changes? But, sigh, we're old classmates anyway. If he says he wants to help, I'll definitely help him if I can. It's just that I hate him for using me without saying a word. Lin Che hugged her and said, he used you. Yu Minmin told him about what had happened earlier. Lin Che said, after all, you're the president's wife now. There are many people who want to bribe you. You'll have to slowly get used to it in the future. Yu Minmin shrugged. Fortunately, I don't usually appear in public. Being the president's wife is dispensable. Otherwise, who knows how troublesome it would be. The two of them returned to the company. When the company staff saw the two of them, they quickly sent over first-hand information. It was the gossip that Lin Che had just come out of. It was the speculation that occupied the headlines, and there were people constantly refreshing the news below. Yu Minmin said speechlessly, could it be that someone is purposely spreading this? How could such a piece of news make the headlines? Lin Che said, but what's the use of spreading this? It's useless for now, but who knows what news will come out later. Okay, right. After we signed the cosmetics endorsement contract with Eric's company, a Hollywood movie is looking for you. Take a look, they want to discuss it. Hollywood? It can't be. Yu Minmin said, it's probably because Eric hired you. This is the first time he hired an Asian face. In the past, these cosmetics were all endorsed by European models. This is the first time he hired an Asian, so it attracted Hollywood's attention. So what should I do now? If it's okay, we'll contact you for the audition. Lin Che looked at the name of the movie and realized that it was a remake of a recently popular novel. It was a movie about vampires. It was a relatively popular genre abroad. Moreover, this novel was very popular and had quite a bit of influence in the country. Yu Minmin said, they probably also considered that the domestic box office is more important now. With a star from country C joining, the box office will be better. They feel that you have some influence in the country now. That's right, it depends on whether your acting skills can keep up. Okay. Lin Che looked at the genre. She had never acted in this kind of role before. It was a rather tragic image. Because before she was turned into a vampire, she was still a virgin, so she did not dare to touch any man. After that, she tragically saw all men as her enemies. Later, after the male lead fell in love with her, she did not dare to reveal her true feelings, so she fell in love with the male lead who became a vampire hunter. This kind of dark movie was Hollywood's favorite. It directly attacked the shortcomings of human nature, and the character was not easy to control. Lin Che said, looks like I really have to think about this carefully. Yeah, take a look first. If it's okay, you can try the audition first. Okay, I'm just afraid that I'll be scolded if I don't act well. Yeah, and this is your first Hollywood movie. If you don't act well, even if you don't do well in the audition, it will affect your future roles. Chapter 628. That's right. This movie was a stepping stone. If it was successful, it could open up the Hollywood market. If not, it could be cut off from Hollywood. Lin Che became even more nervous. Yu Minmin said, don't worry. With your acting skills, you should be confident. Actually, I also know that it's a little early for you to come into contact with Hollywood, but Eric's arrival has given you this opportunity. You can only cherish it for now. Since that's the case, I'll give it a try. Anyway, I'll just miss the audition. While Lin Che and Yu Minmin were discussing. On the other side, in Smart Movies. Qin Wanwan looked at the increasing number of messages on the computer screen. She snorted and said, Sister Lin, are you sure she accepted a role in a Hollywood movie? I'm not sure yet, but I'm sure they're discussing it. Perhaps it's because of Eric's help. Anyway, there are rumors that Mu Firen was the one who was chosen for the TV series, but for some reason, Mu Firen didn't accept the role, so Lin Che was chosen. Good, Good. I don't know why Mu Firen is semi-retired now. Is she going to marry into a rich family? Sister Lin said, no, I heard that Mu Firen's boyfriend is the boss of her company, CEO. Maybe they're preparing to get married. After all, they've been together for so many years. Anyway, it seems like this is an important period. If Mu Firen retires, you and Lin Che will be the best candidates to replace her. But there's only one Mu Firen in Country C. Between you and Lin Che, one can replace her, and the other will have to settle for second place. Qin Wanwan snorted as she read the news. Recently, Qin Wanwan's image had suffered a setback, so she couldn't compete with Lin Che's influence in certain areas. But Qin Wanwan had never given up. She was still looking for opportunities. Wasn't this a great opportunity that she had been waiting for? When Lin Che returned home, he saw Mo Huiling sitting in the living room. When she saw Lin Che, she immediately said, Lin Che, what's wrong with you? Why didn't the servants change the things in my room? Did you ask them to deliberately tease me and neglect me? Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling and said, Miss Mo, I just came back. How would I know what happened to you? If you're not used to this place, you can leave. Why are you still staying here? Mo Huiling laughed and walked over quickly. Lin Che, you finally admitted that you were chasing me away on purpose. Lin Che looked at Mo Huiling. You have to understand something. I've never said that I like having you in my house. But if I really wanted to chase you away, I definitely wouldn't stop the servants from tidying up your room. There are many ways to do it. Why would I do it in such a slow manner? As Lin Che spoke, she turned sideways to go over. Mo Huiling angrily reached out to pull her, but Lin Che elbowed her away. Mo Huiling looked at her in surprise, staggered, and fell to the ground. At that moment, Gu Jingze walked in. Seeing this, Mo Huiling fell to the ground and started crying. Jingze, look at her. She pushed me. How dare she push me? Gu Jingze glanced at her and walked to Lin Che's side. He grabbed Lin Che and turned to Mo Huiling, saying, leave if you're done crying. Mo Huiling's tears immediately flowed down her cheeks. She looked at Gu Jingze in a daze. Gu Jingze said, you're the one who insisted on staying here. No one asked you to stay. If you feel that you've been mistreated, you can leave. Gu Jingze, how dare you treat me like this? Mo Huiling, you're the one who challenged my bottom line time and time again. If you dare to use force on Lin Che again, I won't let you off. After Gu Jingze finished speaking, he pulled Lin Che up and walked into the house. Mo Huiling fell to the ground, the corners of her lips trembling in disbelief. Gu Jingze actually threatened her. He said that if she dared to use force on Lin Che, he wouldn't let her off. What a joke. What a joke. Was Lin Che really that important in his heart? She was pregnant, but he didn't even ask what was going on and just stood by Lin Che's side. When the helpers passed by, they didn't even look at Mo Huiling. Mo Huiling said angrily, what are you looking at? You bitches. You're just helpers. How dare you look at me like this? The helpers pursed their lips and couldn't be bothered to look at her. Mo Huiling was furious. Just then, she saw a puppy walking over in a few steps, wagging its tail and pacing back and forth in a chubby manner. Mo Huiling narrowed her eyes. Seeing that the helpers had all left, she grabbed the puppy and threw it hard on the ground. Then, she stretched out her leg and kicked the puppy. The puppy howled, curled up and whimpered. Mo Huiling vented her anger and immediately left the living room. She didn't even look at the puppy again. Lin Che looked at the angry Gu Jingze in the room. He walked over and said, I did push her just now. I just didn't expect to push her, Gu Jingze took a deep breath and turned to look at Lin Che. Was I very stupid in the past? Lin Che was stunned. Why did you say that? Gu Jingze said, did you think I was stupid when you saw me being so good to Huiling in the past? No, I really didn't. Lin Che wrapped his arms around Gu Jingze's neck. I was just envious. Why would I think you were stupid? Sometimes, she felt that Gu Jingze's taste was not good. But she was still envious. Envious that Mo Huiling liked her as much as Gu Jingze did. No matter how bad she was, he would tolerate her. Gu Jingze heard her say this and wrapped his arms around her waist. He pressed his forehead against hers and said, you don't have to be envious of others. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with love. Yeah, I don't envy anyone now. Gu Jingze kissed her lips quietly. Yeah, I'll try to treat you better. I'll treat you the best. I won't let you have the chance to be envious of others. Her heart instantly became sweeter. Treat me better. How good would that be? She felt that she couldn't take it anymore. But at this moment, sir, madam. The servant's voice came from outside, sounding anxious. The servants of the Gu family were of good quality and had been specially trained. If it wasn't an emergency, they wouldn't be shouting like this. Lin Che quickly let go of Gu Jingze. When he went out, he saw that the servant's face was covered in sweat. Sir, madam, Prince is sick. What? What happened to Prince? When Lin Che heard that it was Prince, he quickly ran out. At first glance, she saw the prince lying in the basket, groaning, looking very weak and pitiful. Lin Che was frightened and quickly said, What happened? What happened to Prince? The servant said, when we came out, he was lying on the ground and crying. We quickly went to call Madam. Lin Che was so anxious that his eyes turned red. Gu Jingze took the lead and said, Let's go to the hospital first. Only then did Lin Che remember. He quickly turned around and said, Okay, let's go to the hospital. Chapter 629. Gu Jingze immediately brought Lin Che out. The prince was held in Lin Che's arms. His face was young and innocent, which made Lin Che even more afraid. She could only pray in her heart that nothing would happen to the prince. This was the first time she had raised such a small animal. She really didn't want to see it die in her hands. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Did the prince eat something bad or something else? Why did the prince suddenly fall sick? At night, the pet hospital that she often went to was suddenly surrounded by the Gu family. Usually, Lin Che would think that this was too ostentatious. But now, she just wanted the prince to get better quickly. She didn't care about anything else. After entering the door, she quickly ran in and shouted, Doctor, doctor, help me take a look. Did our prince eat something bad? Why is he like this? The doctor was still putting on his clothes inside. He had already gotten off work and only came out when there was an emergency. At this moment, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Only then did he see that there were people from the Gu family outside. They seemed to be very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly put on his white coat and walked out. He placed the prince on the treatment table. The doctor pinched and looked at him. The prince was still whimpering miserably. The doctor looked up and said, Hurry up and give the prince an X-ray and ultrasound. It seems that there is internal bleeding. Ah! Why is it like this? Lin Che's heart jumped when she heard this. The doctor said, he might have been seriously injured. Anyway, let's take a look first. The doctor carefully took the dog to have a checkup. Lin Che and Gu Jingze followed by the side. Gu Jingze put his arm around Lin Che's shoulders and let her lean into his arms. All right, it'll be fine. If it's serious, he shouldn't be able to make a sound. No matter what, we will cure him. Lin Che leaned against the wall and listened to his words. It was as if his heart was slowly calming down. Gu Jingze was much more observant than her. If he said that, it must be because he had already examined it. Her trust in Gu Jingze was beyond her understanding. She just felt that since it was him who said it, it must be right. After a while, the doctor returned with the dog. Lin Che quickly walked over and asked, "How is it?" The doctor said, "There is indeed internal bleeding. We may need a small surgery now. There is a small problem with the stomach." "What? Surgery?" Lin Che was about to faint. He actually had to undergo surgery. It was still so small. Lin Che said, "Okay, we'll start the surgery right away." "But will it be dangerous?" The doctor looked at the situation and did not dare to lie. He could only wipe his sweat and say, "Surgery is dangerous, especially when the dog is so small. However, if we don't operate, it will definitely die." "Okay. I believe you, doctor. Hurry up and start the surgery." "Okay, then take a look at this agreement and sign it. We'll arrange the surgery immediately. I'll call my assistant and ask another doctor to come back now." Lin Che lowered his head to look at the agreement. At this moment, he couldn't focus on anything else. After a quick glance, he signed the agreement. If it was someone else, the doctor would have to remind them that the surgery wouldn't be cheap. This was a big surgery for a dog and it would be more troublesome. However, looking at Lin Che's attitude, money shouldn't be a problem for them, so the doctor quickly asked people to prepare for the surgery and didn't mention the price. This made Lin Che, who was already anxious, even more anxious. All the doctors came at once. Everyone was still wondering what was going on with the cars parked at the entrance and the people surrounding them. When they came in and saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze, the atmosphere was stiff. They didn't dare to ask more and quickly went into work. The surgery lasted for 2 hours. Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat outside and waited. Lin Che didn't say anything. She was worried and let her imagination run wild. Gu Jingze held her hand the whole time and didn't let go for a moment. The people outside wanted to come in and take a look, but when they saw so many people gathered outside, they immediately thought that something had happened. They quickly left with the dog and went to look for other people. After 2 hours, the doctor finally came out. He took off the mask on his mouth and said to Lin Che, "Okay, Miss Lin, the dog's surgery was very successful. Now we just need to see when it will wake up." Lin Che breathed a sigh of relief. However, he suddenly thought of something and his heart jumped. It hasn't woken up yet. Yes, general anesthesia is more harmful to dogs. Now the dog's vital signs are very good, but it's still under anesthesia. At night, we will take turns to watch the dog to see if it will wake up soon. Lin Che nodded. Gu Jingze felt that Lin Che seemed to be a little tired. He said to Lin Che, "I'll take you back to rest first." "No, I also want to stay here to watch the prince," Lin Che exclaimed. Gu Jingze frowned. "No, you have to go back with me now." But what? Come with me now." Lin Che was still unwilling. Gu Jingze directly carried Lin Che forcefully. "You have to go even if you don't want to. You can't even rest well yourself. Do you want to go to the hospital first tomorrow?" Lin Che said, I can also rest here." Seeing this, the doctor hurriedly said to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, Mr. Gu is also worried about you. Why don't you go back? Don't worry, we will definitely guard you here. We won't leave you. There's really nothing you can do here. Seeing how worried Mr. Gu is about you, you shouldn't stay here." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and saw that his face was really full of worry. Lin Che touched his forehead and said, "All right, I'll go back with you. Put me down first." This time, Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "That's good. I'll ask someone to watch over you. Don't worry, if there's anything, they will tell us immediately. If there's nothing, don't disturb us. Rest well. When you come back tomorrow, the prince will definitely be alive and kicking." Gu Jingze glanced at the doctor. The doctor was shocked by his cold gaze. As a doctor, he didn't dare to make any promises. However, facing this special guest, he really didn't dare to use any tricks. He could only say directly, "We can guarantee that although we don't know to what extent he will recover, he will definitely get better slowly. Don't worry." Lin Che nodded and left with Gu Jingze. After a long time, they finally returned home. Gu Jingze carried the exhausted Lin Che into the house. Mo Huiling heard it from inside. She pulled a servant who was about to go in and asked, "What just happened?" Chapter 630. The servant said, "Sir took Madam to treat Prince. I heard that he had an operation. Madam was very worried. Sir just comforted Madam and brought her back with him. A dog had to go for an operation. Moreover, Gu Jingze took her there personally." Gu Jingze was actually getting involved with Lin Che's dog. Mo Huiling thought angrily in her heart, "That dog better hurry up and die. This Lin Che is too outrageous. He still wants to waste Gu Jingze's time for such a small matter. Gu Jingze is also despicable. If I ask him to go, he will go. Is Gu Jingze treating me like a queen?" Lin Che. At night, Lin Che rested for a while and woke up early the next morning. Gu Jingze woke up early as well. Seeing that Lin Che was about to go to the hospital, he quickly said, "All right, I've asked someone to check. Prince is fine and has woken up. He can't move around as he pleases. There are a few people watching him. He'll be fine." Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "Really? That's great." Gu Jingze said, "So you'd better eat something before going to see Prince." Lin Che had no choice but to nod. He ate something and washed up before he rushed to the hospital with Gu Jingze. Prince was still lying there recovering. Although he had just undergone an operation, a dog's recovery ability was stronger than a human's. It seemed that he was in much better spirits now. The doctor said, "We can only give him some injections now. He'll probably be very hungry, but he can't eat anything yet. He'll be fine after a few days." Lin Che said, "Really? There won't be any problems, right?" "Yeah, he's recovering very well. We've also given him the best medicine. I believe he'll recover even faster. Although animals are small, they're very tenacious." Lin Che looked at the poor prince and touched his little hand. Poor thing, how could he be so badly injured? Lin Che muttered. Thinking of this, he raised his head and said to Gu Jingze, "But what happened?" "Prince is fine. How could he have internal bleeding?" Gu Jingze frowned when he heard that. The doctor looked carefully at the side and paused for a moment before saying, "This. Miss Lin, actually, we've seen this dog's injury before. Many stray dogs that have been abused outside will have similar injuries. Usually, they have been kicked in a bad position, so they might bleed and fracture. However, those stray dogs aren't as lucky as the prince. Miss Lin is kind enough to treat them, so we can't treat them, so we can only euthanize them. This is a very big injury for a dog." Lin Che frowned. "Are you saying that someone intentionally injured the prince?" "We're just guessing that someone kicked the prince." Gu Jingze said, "No one else will enter the Gu family." Lin Che looked up. So it was done by someone from the Gu family. Gu Jingze put a hand on Lin Che's shoulder. Don't worry. I'll investigate this thoroughly. I won't let the prince get hurt for nothing. But, how do we investigate? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze said, I have my own plans. She dared to hurt our dog in the Gu family's house. I won't let her off easily. It was perfect to say that one had to look at the owner before beating a dog. Lin Che could only nod. Just then, Yu Minmin called and said that they were preparing for the audition. Lin Che didn't want to leave the prince, so he could only visit him for the time being. After listening to their assurances that they would take good care of the prince and not let him get hurt again, he reluctantly left the pet hospital. When he met Yu Minmin saw that she looked so haggard and hurriedly said, No way. What happened? How are you going to audition later? Lin Che told Yu Minmin what had happened. Yu Minmin exploded. No way. I think it was Mo Huiling who did it. Otherwise, who would be so cruel as to cause trouble in the Gu family? The servants in your family wouldn't find trouble for themselves. Lin Che said, I guessed so too. But I can't tell Gu Jingze like this. It's as if I have no evidence. Yu Minmin said, but Gu Jingze is a smart man. If we can think of it, he can't. That's why I can't tell him. It's up to him how he wants to deal with it. If I chase her away now, people will say that I'm not magnanimous. Forget it. Which woman will be magnanimous when she sees another woman pregnant with her husband's child? Even I won't be magnanimous. But you know how important a child is in a rich family. Compared to that, a wife is not as important as a child. Sigh, isn't the child not Gu Jingze's? But people still think so. I'll only have evidence to refute when the child is born. For now, she should just take care of it. Anyway, we'll know whether it's the child or not in the end. Okay, this is actually a better move. When the time comes, Mo Huiling will suffer and raise the child herself. Yu Minmin looked at Lin Che and said, then today's audition, forget it. They came all the way from abroad. It's not good for me to postpone it. It's okay. I'll be fine in a while. Okay, do as you see fit. Don't force yourself. The two of them walked in together. There were a few foreigners. Yu Minmin brought an interpreter with her. The other party was very polite. He looked at Lin Che and sized him up as he said, we saw your advertisement overseas and we thought it was very shocking. Moreover, we've asked around about you and know that you're very popular in Country C. It's just that we haven't seen many of your films. Lin Che smiled and said, I graduated from a professional drama academy. I believe in my professional ability. It doesn't matter if you have seen my movies or not. Anyway, every role is different. I will play it in different ways. On the other side, there was another foreigner. Obviously, he didn't think highly of her. He said, to be honest, we thought Mu Firen was our first choice. I don't know if you know this actress. We think she is very suitable for the role, no matter in terms of fame, acting or image. Did this mean that Lin Che was the one who had to settle for the next best thing? Lin Che didn't get angry. He just said with a smile, we all know Sister Firen's ability. She has always been my role model. I'm very proud to be chosen after her. Thank you. After Mu Firen, you thought of me next. Hearing Lin Che's words, the foreigner admired her even more. She was neither humble nor arrogant and didn't seem to be angry at all. It seemed that she had a good character. Chapter 631. The foreigner at the back shrugged and smiled, saying, there's no point in saying anything. Why don't you put on a show for us now? I hope we didn't come here for nothing. The few of them sat down. Although Lin Che was very tired, when she got into character, she pinched her cheeks. When she looked into the mirror, her eyes had already started to become lively. The few of them watched from behind. When they first came in and saw Lin Che, they were really a little disappointed. They felt that her face was full of exhaustion, as if she had taken drugs and was in a daze, which made them lose interest in her. They thought that her bright and sunny appearance in the publicity was just for publicity effect. She seemed to be a very lazy person in person, so they felt that they were a little uninterested. But at this moment, they saw that at this moment, Lin Che suddenly seemed to have become a different person. She entered the role and immediately became lively. Her eyes became sharp, as if she was slowly getting the feeling of bloodshed in the plot. The foreigner in front was the first to straighten up with interest. The one at the back still had an expression that said, "Let's see how you are going to act." He tilted his head and looked at her. Lin Che had read the script. Now, she was performing one of the more classic scenes. The woman came out from the inside with a sharp gaze. When she thought about how she had just met the male lead and how he had admitted that he was a vampire hunter, although she was sad, she still left in a cool and unrestrained manner. When she was outside, her coldness only showed a little. Her eyes and body were cold, but they could no longer hide the pain in her heart. She reached out and used her superpower as a vampire to smash the wooden bridge in front of her. The change in her gaze was very obvious and the details were very obvious. The few of them looked at it. It was indeed different from the acting in Hollywood, but it was very natural and full of the beauty of the details. Moreover, these delicate feelings were expressed very well. It did not have the artificial and dramatic feeling of watching the movies and television dramas in countries C in the past. The foreigner stood up first and said, "Very good. I think you are different from me. I always think that the acting in country C is too exaggerated." Lin Che smiled and said, "I know that our acting is exaggerated, but professional actors have to experience the character and conform to the character of the original. We, the people of country C, express our feelings differently from foreigners. We naturally have our own characteristics when making movies and television dramas for ourselves. But I'm a professional actor, and now that I'm making a movie for the Hollywood audience, my acting style will also change accordingly." "I see. It seems that we haven't seen through the word actor, so we have a misunderstanding about acting in country C." He looked back at the man who had looked down on him just now. He could only smile and said, "Yes, I think you are very good. I think you are as good as Mu Firen." Lin Che said hurriedly, "Thank you, but Sister Firen is recognized as the king of acting. I dare not compare myself with her. I can only say that she is my learning target." They had a good after that, but this didn't stop Lin Che from being tired again. The foreigner said, "Are you a little tired?" Lin Che said, "Yes, you can see that. My dog was sick last night and I had an operation. I haven't recovered yet. I'm sorry." "No, you are very professional." After saying goodbye to the foreigner, Lin Che walked out. However, she didn't notice that there were flashes in the distance and the cameras were following her footsteps. When Lin Che and Yu Minmin returned to the company, the news was posted on the website. It said that today, the media found out that Lin Che was going to audition for the Hollywood movie of Blood to play the female lead, the Vampire Queen. This movie was based on The Vampire Hunter. Although it was a male movie, the female character in the movie was fully deserving of the female lead. After rumors said that Blood would choose an actor from C country, it caused a stir in the domestic entertainment industry. Now, Lin Che was finally filmed going to audition. However, looking at Lin Che's appearance after the audition, it seemed that the result was not very ideal. However, looking at Lin Che's previous role, although everyone said that Lin Che's acting skills were the best among the young actresses recently, he was still far from Hollywood standards, so it was understandable that he did not get the favor of Hollywood. However, there were rumors that Lin Che had already been predetermined for this role and that it was led by Eric. Whether it was true or not, it was still unknown. After Yu Minmin saw the news, she gave it to Lin Che and said, "What are these people doing?" "They said that you were predetermined," Lin Che sneered. "Alright, I couldn't follow them to the Gu family's house, so I followed them to the audition venue while they were not around. These people must have worked hard." "Yeah, forget it. Don't think too much. Anyway, it's up to the crew to decide who gets the role. It's not like the paparazzi said that your acting skills are bad." However, Yu Minmin was also very depressed. Lin Che's acting skills were publicly acknowledged. What did they mean by saying that she was good? It was as if they were the ones who spread the news. Everyone acknowledged her, okay? Lin Che didn't care about this. She just wanted to go back and see how Prince was doing. Meanwhile, at the Gu family, Gu Jingze walked in and heard the butler say, "They said that the last time they saw Prince was towards Miss Mo." However, no one saw Miss Mo hit Prince. Gu Jingze's expression was very gloomy. He walked in so emotionlessly that it made the servants' hearts palpitate. "Where is Mo Huiling?" His voice sounded even colder than his expression. "Sir, Miss Mo is inside." Gu Jingze led the servant straight to Mo Huiling's room. Ever since she moved in, Gu Jingze had never gone near her room. At this moment, Mo Huiling stood up immediately when she heard the sound. Seeing Gu Jingze push the door open and walk in, Mo Huiling's face lit up. "Jingze, you're here. Great timing. I'm looking at the ultrasound. Do you want to come and take a look? The child has grown up and you can see him now." She thought that Gu Jingze finally remembered her because Lin Che was not at home today. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze said directly, "Pack your things and get out of the Gu family today." The joyful smile on Mo Huiling's face froze. "What did you say?" Gu Jingze said, "You've been staying here for a while. I think your hand is almost healed. Is it time for you to leave?" I haven't. My injury is not healed yet. I need to continue resting. It's not easy to recover from a gunshot wound." "Enough." Gu Jingze stared at her coldly. "Why don't you be more direct? There's no need to beat around the bush. You're staying here to recuperate from your injuries. I tolerated you for a few days because you took a hit for Lin Che. But, how dare you do such a thing to the prince?" Chapter 632. Mo Huiling lifted her eyes and looked at Gu Jingze weakly. "What do you mean? What do you mean by me and the prince? What are you talking about?" Gu Jingze snorted coldly. "Are you playing dumb with me? Huiling, I've been very kind to you. Get out now." Of course, Mo Huiling wouldn't let it go. She sat on the bed, grabbed the bedpost with one hand, raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze unyieldingly. "I won't leave. I won't leave even if you pull me." Mo Huiling didn't believe that Gu Jingze would really reject her and chase her out. But Gu Jingze just glanced at her. Several bodyguards walked over and pulled Mo Huiling, who was sitting on the bed. Mo Huiling broke down and screamed. "Don't touch me. No one can touch me. Gu Jingze, I haven't recovered yet. You can't do this to me." Gu Jingze didn't look at her anymore and turned his head away. Mo Huiling was dragged up by the bodyguards. She struggled, but no one cared about her. "Let go of me, Gu Jingze. I'm pregnant." "What are you doing, Gu Jingze? Are you going to do this to me just because of a dog?" Gu Jingze snorted. "Now you know who the prince is." Mo Huiling's face froze. Gu Jingze, that's just a dog. Are you going to vent your anger on me because of a dog? Gu Jingze looked at Imo Huiling. He didn't want to say anything else. Where is she? Take her out. You. I won't go. I won't go. It wasn't easy for me to get into the Gu family, and I never thought of leaving. Mo Huiling cried and shouted. But Gu Jingze didn't budge. Mo Huiling really thought that she wouldn't go out again. She had put in so much effort to enter the Gu family. But now Gu Jingze wanted to chase her out. She didn't want to leave. Why should she? Gu Jingze, why are you doing this to me? What's so good about Lin Che? You're so infatuated with him. She's just an illegitimate daughter and an actress. How can you treat me like this? Do you think she's some fairy? What kind of status does she have? You still pamper her like a princess. Is she even worthy? Gu Jingze didn't bother to explain to her, nor did he want to say more. He just turned his back to her and listened to her voice getting farther and farther away. She was still cursing as she walked away. Gu Jingze, you'll regret this. Have you lost your principles for this woman? You used to be such an upright and cold person. How could you do this for her? Why are you doing this for her? Mo Huiling really couldn't understand why he doted on Lin Che so much. It was much better than what he had experienced in the past. She had never enjoyed Gu Jingze's warmth, but now it was all Lin Che's. Why? She just couldn't understand it. However, Gu Jingze was so infatuated with Lin Che. In front of Mo Huiling, Gu Jingze was acting out a completely different way of love from the past. Mo Huiling felt it was unfair. She was jealous of Lin Che, jealous that Lin Che had obtained everything that she had dreamed of in the past. She was directly dragged out. The Gu family's chauffeur was waiting outside. He looked at her and said, "Miss Mo, Mr. Gu wants us to take you home." No need. Mo Huiling pushed the man away angrily. "Miss Mo, please get in the car. Your luggage needs to be sent home too." "I said I don't want it." Mo Huiling kicked the luggage away. "I can easily buy new things. Who cares? Do you think everyone is as poor as your family's young mistress?" Humph. Mo Huiling looked inside and said fiercely, "Gu Jingze, Lin Che, you'll regret this. You'll regret this." Mo Huiling walked out as she muttered, "Everyone will know that Lin Che actually treated me like this. Everyone will know that Gu Jingze, you're infatuated with Lin Che and then you abandoned me and your child because of an actress. Now you're even allowing Lin Che to chase me away. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Humph. Mo Huiling walked out just like that. She had already made up her mind that she would definitely ruin Lin Che's reputation when she got home. Since they had already fallen out, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone. At this moment, Lin Che was driving back. Seeing Mo Huiling walking out, she stopped the car and looked at Mo Huiling strangely. Mo Huiling stood there and glared at Lin Che with hatred. "Lin Che, don't think that you can rest easy just because you chased me away. I want to see how much longer Gu Jingze can spoil you. Sooner or later, he will hate you, just like how he hated me back then." Lin Che only said strangely, "Chase you away? Ha, are you trying to play dumb with me now? It's useless for me to tell you. I know that you're the mastermind behind everything just because I kicked your dog. Humph, you and your dog will be chased out of this family sooner or later. Let's see if you can still be so smug when that time comes." Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. Had Gu Jingze already chased Mo Huiling away just like that? But if things got out of hand, Mo Huiling wouldn't go to the Gu family to make a fuss, would she? And if things got out of hand, who knew what people would say about Gu Jingze? Lin Che was used to being scolded, but she really didn't want to see Gu Jingze get scolded. Not at all. She walked straight inside and saw Gu Jingze in the living room. She hurried over and said, Gu Jingze, this. Gu Jingze looked at her. His gaze was still cold, but there was a hint of gentleness in it. What's wrong? Is it okay? I think she'll make a fuss. It's okay. If she wants to make a fuss, she can. Anyway, no matter how she tries to slander me now, the truth will come out one day. Lin Che nodded. All right, you're right. I really hope that the truth will come out one day. It was just that Lin Che couldn't bear to see him suffer. Mo Huiling left the Gu family just like that. When she returned to the Mo family, Father Mo looked at her and sighed. All right, now you've made a fool of yourself. If people find out that you've been chased out, my old face, it's all Lin Che's fault. It's all Lin Che's fault. Mo Huiling shouted. Mo Fu snorted. You can't even compare to Lin Che. Tell me, what should I say about you? You've been with Gu Jingze for so long. Why has Gu Jingze never been so protective of you before? Now he's so protective of Lin Che. Enough, I won't let them have it easy. Mo Huiling threw the things on the table angrily and returned to her room indignantly. After she returned, she started spreading rumors about how Lin Che had treated her badly, how he had chased her away, how he couldn't tolerate her and Gu Jingze's child, how he had made things difficult for her in the Gu family, and how he had teamed up with the servants to bully her. Chapter 633. Mo Huiling complained tearfully on WeChat and on the phone. She found people to complain to. She told them directly, you guys don't know this. Lin Che seems to be a good person on the surface, but he is very evil behind the scenes. He found people to play tricks on me. He pretended to be generous and let me stay with the Gu family, but he secretly sent people to deal with me. I was pregnant, so he said that he couldn't tolerate me. He tricked me into staying with the Gu family and wanted to harm my child. She can't give birth, so she doesn't want me to have a child. The next day, the news spread more and more fiercely. When Lin Che woke up early in the morning, Yu Minmin called Lin Che and said, What did you do? Why is everyone talking about you? Lin Che said gloomily, What did they say about me? That I'm involved in a scandal again. It's not about your scandal. It's about the servants outside talking about you. What? Lin Che was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. Yu Minmin said, Yeah. Didn't I tell you that this circle is not big? Everything will be spread around. Even the servants and nannies will spread the news around. What's more, it's such a big thing. What exactly is going on? When I went out just now, I heard the servants say that Mo Huiling was kicked out by the Gu family. Yeah, Gu Jingze kicked her out yesterday. But that's not the Gu family's house, it's my house. Yes, but that's what Mo Huiling said. Moreover, I think the servant said that although it's your house, in everyone's eyes, Mo Huiling is pregnant with Gu Jingze's child, so she has one foot in the door of the Gu family. So it's reasonable to say that she was kicked out. What kind of nonsense is that? You don't have to care about it. Anyway, this is what it means now. Everyone says that you are so cruel to Mo Huiling. You deliberately tricked her into coming home and even wanted to get rid of her child. You are so scheming. What? Why is this plot so familiar? It's similar to the palace drama that Mu Firen filmed a few years ago. The more Lin Che listened, the more he found it funny. Yu Minmin said, Go away, who's joking with you? They're all saying that what you're doing isn't right. As Mrs. Gu, you have to be magnanimous. How can you abort the child just because she's pregnant with your husband's child? This child is also the flesh and blood of the Gu family. You should treat the child well and treat it as your own. Now they're all saying that you're heartless and scheming. They also say that you're not worthy of being with Gu Jingze. They say that you're actually not as good as Imo Huiling, but you're just a little arrogant now. That's why you're being so heartless. They even say that Gu Jingze was bewitched by you and didn't care about you. You must have bewitched him on purpose and lied to him so that he didn't realize your evil intentions. Yu Minmin finished in one breath and continued, in short, you're as vicious as a snake and scorpion. In order to fight for a man, you first pushed Imo Huiling away, and now you're trying to kill her. You're the mistress, but now you want to kill the original wife. Ha! Ha! Lin Che was so angry that his lungs hurt. After a while, she said, all right, I really admire this. Imo Huiling has just left the Gu family, but she has already spread so much news. Be careful when you go out today. You are like a street rat now. Lin Che stood there, holding the phone. When he heard Yu Minmin laughing, she said, you are still in the mood to laugh. That's enough, Lin Che. She said that because she's desperate. But Gu Jingze won't believe her anyway. He'll only hate her more. What are you worried about? Rumors will fall apart sooner or later. Don't be too angry. Hearing this, Lin Che slowly calmed down. He was indeed not that angry anymore. Yes, Gu Jingze wouldn't believe it anyway. He knew the truth. So what did it matter what other people felt or what rumors there were? On the contrary, if he was affected, Imo Huiling would be proud. Although Lin Che was still a little angry, he was not as angry as before. Gu Jingze had gone out early in the morning, and Lin Che followed him out. However, when they were outside, they saw some passers-by in the same neighborhood. When they saw Lin Che, their gazes were a little different. Lin Che didn't know many people in the circle, so she didn't feel anything. Suddenly, Liu Beichen sent her a WeChat message, asking her what was going on. Lin Che was speechless. How do you know? Liu Beichen didn't say anything and directly added her into a group. Lin Che was stunned. He opened the group and took a look. Not all of them were rich young ladies. At this time, they were refreshing the news and constantly discussing. I think Lin Che is a little too much. Although he is angry, he can't chase a pregnant woman away. Yeah, he is so mean to a pregnant woman. He is so mean. Lin Che scrolled through the group gloomily and asked Liu Beichen, what are you doing? Liu Beichen said, didn't you ask me where I saw it from? It was here. Boss. Then why don't you add me into the group? I am so angry. Okay, then why don't you quit? Liu Beichen said. Lin Che thought for a moment and said, forget it, I am already in. Why should I quit? Lin Che looked at the group again. These rich ladies usually had nothing to do, but they were as gossipy as the netizens on the internet. Lin Che was being scolded like a dog. She didn't look at it anymore. She closed WeChat and prepared to go to the company to deal with other matters. Imo Huiling looked at her masterpiece and listened to the phone call to comfort her. She asked the servants at home. Did you guys go and see Lin Che go out? That's right, Mississippi Lin Che went out as usual. Imo Huiling harumphed and said, how shameless. If it were me, I would have stayed at home and didn't dare to come out. How dare she go out? However, in the next moment, Imo Huiling smiled proudly. Forget it. It seems that she was angered and didn't want others to laugh at her, so she pretended that nothing had happened. Serves her right. I knew that you dared to treat me like this. Why didn't you think about how vulnerable I am right now? I am a pregnant woman. Imo Huiling was very happy. She continued to find people to spread the news and told Li Mingyu about it. Li Mingyu was abroad. After hearing Imo Huiling's call, he said quietly, you are too reckless. Mo Huiling said, anyway, you have to help me spread the news. Otherwise, I won't tell Gu Jingze that you stole the sperm. Otherwise, how do you think he will deal with you if he finds out? At the mention of this, Li Mingyu didn't want to say more. He just said, okay. I will help you. I just want to tell you not to be reckless. Chapter 634. When Lin Che arrived at the company, he immediately received a piece of good news. Yu Minmin said, I just received notice from the production crew that you've been chosen as the female lead for Blood. Everyone thinks that you're the most suitable candidate. Lin Che immediately heaved a sigh of relief happily. Is that so? That's great, there's finally some good news. Otherwise, I'd really be depressed to death. Yu Minmin said, alright, don't be angry over that matter anymore. Is there a need to be like this? I know there's no need to be like this. Yu Minmin pulled Lin Che up and followed him to the practice room at the back of the company. Come and take a look. The newly signed newcomers have already started practicing in class. Lin Che's interest was piqued when he heard that. He followed Yu Minmin to the back. From the window at the back, he could see the people in class in the practice room. Yu Minmin said, Shui Yang's performance in the crew isn't bad. Recently, he's picked up a role in a TV series. This time, it's a role with quite a lot of scenes. When he's done with his scenes, he can go over and film it. Is that so? That's great. Lin Che felt very satisfied when he heard that the people they'd signed were pretty good. Although she was starting to be a boss, she didn't really feel like one until now. When she saw these newcomers working hard, she finally felt that these people were relying on her and the company. Lin Che saw that the newcomers were working very hard and listening attentively to the company's employees. They listened very hard to the performance teacher that Yu Minmin had hired through her connections. However, at this moment, someone called out, Look, it's Sis Che. The few of them turned around one after another. Seeing them, Lin Che could only push open the back door with a smile and walk in. Hello, everyone. Sorry to disturb you. No. Sis Che, you're here. Sis Che, we're in the middle of a performance class. Why don't you say a few words? That's right. Sis Che, your acting is so good. Do you have any experience? Lin Che could only walk over and say to everyone, acting skills are indeed gained through practice. In the past, there were a lot of actors whose acting skills were pretty good. Everyone felt that a lot of actors nowadays couldn't compare to their acting skills. Actually, it was because they had all filmed many shows. At that time, actors weren't worth much. Everyone was just like office workers, receiving a normal salary and getting bonuses if they filmed more shows. Whatever the company wanted them to film, they would film. So, everyone could only work hard to earn money, so the more they filmed, the more acting skills they would slowly develop. So, I hope that you guys don't rush. Everyone, take your time and study hard. Acting skills can't be explained with words. After Lin Che finished speaking, he turned around and smiled at the teacher. I was just speaking nonsense. You're right. Lin Che, you can be considered a celebrity with decent acting skills now. But some other celebrities are really, a few of them, for the sake of their own fame, only look at the influence when they take on a show. When it's time to film, they're worried that it'll affect their image. That's why they have too much of a personal image during filming, and it's very easy for them to not conform to the script. That's really not good. Lin Che smiled and said, All right, everyone heard that. I hope our company can walk the path of acting skills first. I hope everyone understands that only acting skills can support us to the end. Without acting skills and only fame, we might only be popular for a while, right? Everyone immediately applauded and said in support, Sis Che, we understand. We have to learn from Sis Che and walk the path of acting. That's the only way we can be as popular as Sis Che for so long and continue to be popular. That's right. Qin Wanwan was so amazing before, but she's quiet now. Yeah, she can't compare to our Sis Che at all. Her acting skills are so terrible, yet she's still fighting for roles with Sis Che. Lin Che was speechless for a moment. She didn't expect them to bring it up to this point. She hurriedly said, No. Actually, Qin Wanwan and I aren't walking the same path. We're being put together because of the media. Yu Minmin politely told everyone to continue studying and left with Lin Che. Lin Che said, Their flattery is really. Yu Minmin smiled and said, Of course. You're a big tree now. Many people want to borrow your blessings. Forget it, it's true. You're not only a popular celebrity now, but you're also their boss. Of course they'll listen to you. It's just like when you first entered the company. You must have felt that people like Song Shuhai were very reasonable and impressive, and wanted to hug his thigh and be guided by him. Now, that's how they see you. Lin Che thought about it. She was indeed like that back then. However, she didn't expect them to think of her the same way now. So, she was as lofty as the feeling Song Shuhai gave her back then. Alright, she was really at a loss for a moment. The two of them chatted and laughed as they went back. Before they could finish their high spirits, they were abruptly stopped by a piece of news. Sis Yu, I just saw the news on the internet about Sis Che being chosen for a role, Yu Minmin said. Is that so? The news spread so quickly. We haven't posted anything yet, right? We didn't post it. Someone leaked it. Yu Minmin waved her hand to indicate that she understood. Then, she turned on her computer and looked at the news. Many of the news at the beginning were considered normal. However, there was a piece of news at the end that was very eye-catching. Someone said, Lin Che is really the #1 acting actor in the country now. No one can match him. Previously, people were talking about how amazing Qin Wanwan was, but she's not as famous as Lin Che now. Out of the 4 little female actresses back then, only Lin Che is still so popular now, right? The other 2 are already past their prime before they could even become popular. Yu Minmin scrolled through the comments below. There were also people saying the same thing, Lin Che is obvious to all. The others can't do it. Qin Wanwan has long been sidelined, and Mu Firen is also getting old. Lin Che is definitely more popular than Mu Firen now. Otherwise, why would the production team look for Lin Che and not Mu Firen? They would definitely look for the most popular female actress in the country to earn the most box office. Lin Che's fans were naturally happy to see this. They immediately reposted it and said, That's right. Of course my Che's acting skills are good. Baby Che's acting skills are obvious to all. Baby Che is mighty. Let's head to Hollywood next. The female lead in Her Blood has quite a lot of scenes. She's also the vampire queen. Baby Che is amazing. However, the others immediately disagreed. A fan of Qin Wanwan said, Who are you calling a has-been? Support your Lin Che. Don't step on others, alright? Chapter 635. Some of Mu Firen's fans also started scolding, saying, Get this straight. Mu is too lazy to compete with you and wants to live his own life. That's why he doesn't want to be exposed so much. He's already Duguchobai, alright. Someone's fans should have some manners. Don't be so shameless. Lin Che's fans started scolding them, and they started scolding them very fiercely. Lin Che's fans said, "Can't you see how old Mu Firen is? How dare he compete with the younger generation?" Mu Firen's fans became even more agitated. Mu Firen is only a few years older than Lin Che, alright? He debuted earlier than her. Oh, Mu Firen's sugar daddy is so bad. He looks like he's 10 or 20 years older than her. Of course I think so. It's still better than Lin Che, who relied on being praised and courted all the way up. Such a person dares to talk about acting skills, it's really hilarious. When our Mumu won the Golden Name Award, your Lin Che was still peeing on you. This time, they started scolding him thoroughly. The words that followed were even more unbearable to look at, and they were simply speechless. Yu Minmin was puzzled. At Smart Movies, Qin Wanwan was scrolling through her phone, smiling as she watched the scolding war that was getting more and more intense. Sister Lin said with a smile, "Looks like we can reap the benefits from this." Qin Wanwan said, "Alright, a lot of our people are scolding each other here, acting as if they are scolding each other. It'll be great if you can expand the influence and bring more and more fans in. Wanwan, don't worry. It's just starting now. It won't be long before the scolding becomes more intense. Don't worry, they just confirmed that the female lead of Blood was given to Lin Che today. We're not prepared enough. Starting today, tomorrow and the day after, the show will definitely continue." Qin Wanwan's lips curled up into a coquettish smile, and her thin chin also rose a little. Lin Che moved behind Yu Minmin and watched. Yu Minmin said, "These comments are a little strange." "Yeah," Lin Che said, "why would my fans say such things? It's too much, isn't it?" "Yeah, I also think it's too much," Lin Che said. Yu Minmin said, "Moreover, the comments below are all like this. Occasionally, there'll be a comment like this, but once it's over, it's over. Yet, there are so many of them. It looks like someone is purposely posting these comments. No way, then what should we do? Let's wait and see first. I'll have someone monitor the situation tonight and think about how we should respond." Lin Che clenched his fists, looked ahead, and said gloomily, "I've never thought about competing with anyone. I don't want to compete with Qin Wanwan, and I definitely won't compete with Mu Firen. A tall tree attracts the wind. I'm talking about you. Alright, let's go back first." Lin Che felt a little depressed. She was scolded at home because Mo Huiling had spread rumors, and now she was being scolded on the internet. She really wondered if she had done something wrong. She must have done something wrong, or if she was really a bad person, that was why she was scolded like this. She could feel that her emotions were a little unstable. She thought that perhaps her period was coming, so she was more anxious. She decided not to look at Weibo or Tiba for the time being when she got home, so that she would not continue to be angry. However, when she reached home, she saw that Liu Beichen had sent her another message. "Wow, you're famous now. There are people in the industry who support you." Lin Che asked curiously, "What do you mean? Didn't you see the WeChat group? They've been arguing for the whole afternoon." "I didn't watch it. I'm just afraid I'm going to be tortured." Lin Che quickly opened the WeChat group. It was unknown how many conversations had been going on inside. It was unknown how long it had been lively. Lin Che quickly scrolled through the chat history and found that many people had come out to speak up for him. Lin Che is the champion of the WW banquet. How can he be worse than Mo Huiling? I support Lin Che. Let's not talk about anything else. Mo Huiling is the one who's shameless enough to come to Gu Jingze's house with a child. Gu Jingze hasn't even admitted that the child is his. Who knows where Mo Huiling got the child from? Gu Jingze doesn't want it, yet she's still sticking it to him. One of the women disagreed. It's you men who are cheap. You throw him away when you're done playing with him. You women are not cheap, sending yourselves to the door for others to play with. You're the cheap one. You're the cheap one. If you dare to call me cheap one more time, don't even think about getting your family's fresh seafood tomorrow. I'll make all your hotel chains close down. Humph. The woman threatened. The man sent a cheap emoji and said, "Okay, then when are you going to pay back the 200 million you owe my bank? You're asking for our money because of Lin Che. How much interest does our family pay you every year? Didn't you want to throw money first? I'll throw 200 million to support Lin Che today. If you don't like it, then throw more." He threw down his threat and the others immediately swarmed in. "I'll throw 100 million. My family is poor. I'll throw 50 million. Next month, all the big screens in my shopping malls will show Lin Che. Next year, all the characters in my amusement park will be replaced with Lin Che's profile picture. I'll do my part." The women didn't dare to say anything when they heard the men throwing money so fiercely. Lin Che was shocked. He exited the chat and asked Liu Beichin, "What is this group? What exactly is it?" "It's a group for rich kids to communicate with each other," Liu Beichin said. Lin Che hurriedly replied, "You scared me to death, okay? They're throwing 100 million right off the bat. That's nothing. However, the one who supported you just now is quite powerful in the group. His family owns a private bank and a hotel chain. The woman who scolded him is from a family that runs a private airport. She's not as rich as his family, so she didn't dare to throw money." Lin Che felt that his outlook on life had been turned upside down. Since when did she get involved with these people? On this day, these rich kids said they would help and supported Lin Che. They said many good things for Lin Che and told Mo Huiling to come out and confront them if she had the guts and not to spread rumors in private. They were all waiting for Mo Huiling to say it in front of them. Mo Huiling didn't dare to confront them in front of them. She couldn't afford to offend these people, let alone others. Although the Mo family was considered a big family, there were many more powerful families in the circle. She scanned through the young masters who had come out to speak and realized that she didn't dare to confront any of them directly. Among these people, someone even asked someone to tell her that they could come out and talk. The person who brought the message to Mo Huiling said, "They said that if you don't want to go find them, we'll meet at the Golden Lounge. If you dare to go, they dare to go. This time, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I think they're really serious." Mo Huiling was so shocked that her whole body shrank. She felt her sweat turn cold. They were actually speaking up for Lin Che. Since when did Lin Che become so likable? These men were actually standing on her side to help her. Mo Huiling was getting more and more jealous. She was especially jealous of Lin Che. She didn't know what was good about Lin Che, or were they blind to think that such a lowly woman was good and even stood up for her. But on a deeper level, Mo Huiling also wanted someone to stand up for her, but she had never been treated like this before, especially when these rich kids were throwing money at her to support her. It was so cool to hear about it. Chapter 636. Mo Huiling was envious. Then, her gaze turned malicious as she looked at the cold moonlight outside. It's all because she knows how to win people's hearts. Humph. When Father Mo saw this, he rushed back. "Huiling, you really can't do this anymore. I heard at the office today that you've offended many high-ranking officials and nobles because of your words. What are we going to do if they gang up on us?" Mo Huiling was already annoyed and angry. When she heard her father's words, she became even angrier. "Dad, don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." Father Mo wasn't going to listen to her. He quickly surrounded her and said worriedly, Hui Ling, our family can't fight against so many people. Moreover, what's the use of bad-mouthing her? You'll offend someone and we won't get anything out of it. I told you to be careful. Look at how many people you've offended because of this incident. Mo Huiling stood up angrily. Father Mo surrounded her and tried to persuade her, Huiling. It's all because of Lin Che. You're not as good as her. Who can you blame for knowing so many people? If you were like her and tried to win people's hearts, you wouldn't be fighting alone now. Who told you not to be as good as her and know so many people? That's enough, Dad. Don't say any more. I'm already annoyed. If you keep saying this, I'll just die, Mo Huiling shouted angrily. Alright, don't be angry. Father Mo gave in to her because she was pregnant with Gu Jing's child. You should just wait quietly for the child to be born. The good thing is that the Mo family can protect you and won't let anyone touch your child. But Lin Che is so powerful now. It's better for you to stay away from him. Otherwise, he might really do something to your child. That's the most important thing. Mo Huiling snorted. She wasn't satisfied but she had no other choice. Father Mo was still shaking his head and muttering, I didn't expect Lin Che to be so powerful. In such a short period of time, he's gotten to know so many people. Any one of them would be enough to deal with the Mo family for a while. Now that they've joined forces, it's really scary. Seeing that everyone was so supportive, Lin Che couldn't just stand by and say a few words, so she said to Liu Beichen, help me say thank you to them. Liu Beichen said, you're in the group anyway. Go and say it yourself. How could Lin Che dare to do that? I don't want to. There are so many rich people here. If I go out and talk to them, it'll be so awkward. Are you going to talk to them? I'll help them to the end. Liu Beichen sent a facepalm emoji. Alright, I'll be going then. Not long after, a message appeared in the WeChat group. Liu Beichen, I'd like to thank everyone on Lin Che's behalf. It's not convenient for Lin Che to speak, so he asked me to thank everyone for their support and trust. Liu Beichen, what the fuck, why are you here? Liu Beichen, you're also on Lin Che's side. Boss Liu, you didn't even invite me to your wedding banquet. When are you going to treat me alone? As soon as Liu Beichen appeared, everyone started talking. Lin Che watched on. He hadn't expected Liu Beichen to attract so much firepower. Feeling a little embarrassed, she quickly said to Liu Beichen alone, alright, thank you. Liu Beichen said, it's okay. Just ignore them. After Lin Che settled the matter, he returned to the company and continued to watch the war of words that was brewing on the internet. Yu Minmin was still monitoring the situation. When she realized that the war of words hadn't stopped, it was getting more and more heated. She was afraid that she would have to deal with it. She first asked someone to check some IPs and blocked the IPs that were borrowed from them. Some zombie marketing accounts were also blocked. She even set Lin Che's and Mu Firen's names as sensitive terms. As long as the two were mentioned in the comments, they would be checked. However, the war of words was no longer about whether the two were popular or not. Instead, it was about their acting skills. Some people had ulterior motives and compared Lin Che's acting skills with Mu Firen's award-winning TV series. At that time, Lin Che was still young and inexperienced. Although he also had acting skills, he still had some flaws and didn't feel smooth. Compared to Mu Firen's natural acting skills, he immediately lost his advantage. Some people mocked him and said, how dare you compare acting skills with Mu Firen? There's a huge gap between them. Lin Che was infuriated. However, this piece of information was acknowledged by so many people and they thought it was a true comparison. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Yu Minmin then discovered that the media released a piece of news saying that Lin Che clearly came out of the audition with a long face. It looked like the audition wasn't ideal, but she still got the role of the female lead in the end. She asked if there was something fishy going on. A netizen immediately used his bold hypothesis and said, she pulled a long face at the time, so she probably didn't get chosen. Then, a few days later, people said that her acting skills weren't good, but she used other tricks behind the scenes. That's right. This isn't the first time Lin Che stole a role. Didn't he steal Qin Wanwan's role before? The witchcraft notes were supposed to be Qin Wanwan's too. Lin Che, get out of the cast of Blood. Don't sully Hollywood. That's right. With Lin Che, we won't contribute to the box office. The producers can't be like this. For the sake of the Asian box office, they can't only choose active actors and not actors with good acting skills. We don't want Lin Che to ruin Blood. Lin Che used tricks behind the scenes to push Mufirin away. If she doesn't have any acting skills, who did she sleep with this time to get this role? Lin Che sat there and sneered as the scolding intensified. These people are really energetic. Yu Minmin said, many people were envious when you got this role, but when Blood came to Country C, they didn't plan to look at them. They wanted to choose Mufirin first, but Mufirin couldn't act because of her own matter, so they chose you instead. They didn't consider anyone else at all, but it looks like their roles were stolen. Seriously, they're overthinking things. Lin Che said, forget it. Anyway, this isn't the first or second time they've pinned this shit on me. They can scold all they want. No matter how fiercely they scold, the role won't be theirs. Yu Minmin said, don't read the comments. I'll handle the problem. The witchcraft notes didn't choose Qin Wanwan originally, and now they're saying you stole her role. However, the witchcraft notes will be released soon. When the time comes, we'll show them what true acting skills are. What should we do now? I'll go and find out who's trying to take advantage of the situation. It's impossible for Mufirin to be the culprit. She indeed has the intention to retire and wouldn't cause trouble for herself. It should be someone who's using Mufirin. Chapter 637. Lin Che was too lazy to care about these things. After entering the group, he would open the group chat from time to time to see what these rich young ladies were talking about. Yu Minmin saw that she was looking at her phone and said, all right, didn't I tell you not to look at the comments? If you peek again, I'll confiscate it. All right, I'm not peeking at the comments. I'm looking at the WeChat group. Lin Che took out his phone and showed it to her. Yu Minmin looked at it and said in surprise, wow, what's this group? It's a group full of young ladies and young masters. Isn't this a group of nouveau riches? Yu Minmin looked up, her eyes shining. Lin Che said, yeah. If I can get in and get some sponsors, then, hee hee hee. Yu Minmin's eyes were already shining with money. Lin Che patted her head. Yu Minmin, you're only thinking about money. Yu Minmin came back to her senses and smiled. No, I'm just saying. Lin Che said, if you want to go in, I can pull you in. Yu Minmin waved her hand and said, forget it. I have nothing to say even if I go in. I haven't said anything either. I just came in to see what they're talking about. Then I'll just listen to you and see what these rich ladies are talking about. Actually, they're really not that different from ordinary people. I've been looking at them all afternoon. Lin Che said, they're all talking about cosmetics, shopping, bags, Hermes, Chanel, and the like. The guys are going out to pick up girls, go to nightclubs, buy ships, planes, cars, game consoles, and the like. Yu Minmin exclaimed, so they're using the time we spend shopping on Taobao to discuss more high-end things. They're really not that different from us, except for the money. Lin Che got up and saw that the president's car had arrived. Lin Che smiled and said, Mr. President is here to pick you up. Yu Minmin looked out and blushed. She said, I'm going back first. You should go back early too. Go, I won't hold you up. Yu Minmin left just like that. Lin Che sighed as he watched her leave. He took out his phone and continued to read the comments. Although reading the comments was asking for abuse, she couldn't help it. She had a fragile heart, yet she still went in to be abused. She finally understood what it felt like. Sometimes, when she saw those unreasonable but righteous comments, she really wanted to go up and scold them. However, her rationality constantly warned her not to scold them. This kind of feeling was the worst. Fuck, especially those who said that she had no acting skills and that she had relied on sleeping to get to where she was. They said that she would ruin the popularity of the movie and that the box office would definitely fall to pieces. Lin Che really wanted to go up and confront them. He wanted to tell them to come over and he would act for them to see if they had any acting skills. However, there was nothing he could do. She could only look on and endure. At this moment, a man's voice rang out from above, Sis Che, you haven't left yet? Lin Che raised his head and saw that it was actually Shui Yang. She laughed and said, yeah, I'm leaving soon. Why are you here? Shui Yang said, the Public Relations Department just asked me to come back to sign the contract. I'll be going to another production team to act. Is that so? Are you getting used to it? Yeah, I'm getting used to it. Lin Che said, that's good. The roles now are a little small, but we'll find better roles for you in time. No, the roles now are already very good. In the past, my scenes were only a few minutes long. Now, I'm already very satisfied that I get to play every role from start to finish. Shui Yang saw that she was still looking at the Weibo comments. He sighed and said to her, Sis Che, ignore these comments. They don't know what kind of person you are, Sis Che, that's why they're scolding you. Lin Che nodded and patted him on the shoulder. I know. Everything has its pros and cons. I wanted to be famous back then, but now that I have some fame, I'll be scolded. This is for sure. Don't worry about me. Oh, right. If you're free, you can join some activities or something. I'll see if there's any next time and bring you along. Shui Yang said in surprise, can I? I haven't participated in any activities before. Of course. If there's a slot next time, I'll bring you along. Alright, go to the Public Relations Department. I'm going home. Okay. Thank you, Sis Che. Lin Che watched Shui Yang walk away in high spirits, thinking about what he had just said. That's right. When I wanted to be famous back then, I said that no matter what, I would hold it in. Now that I'm really famous, I shouldn't forget my original intentions. That's right. Being scolded means that I'm famous. Lin Che was on his way back when he heard Yu Minmin call him at this time. I asked for their IP address just now. These IP fake reviewers are all from a marketing company. Do you know who this company has worked with before? Who? Our company in the past. Smart Movies. Yeah. Lin Che seemed to have understood. Actually, there were ways for people in the industry to investigate this. Everyone knew about marketing companies, and they would also know which companies the fake reviewers came from. Different marketing companies had different ways of doing things, so they could guess what was going on. It was just that there was no evidence. Since it's from Smart Movies, the one who did this is Qin Wanwan. I think so, Yu Minmin said. Lin Che finally understood. She was looking for trouble again. After understanding it, her mood instantly became better. If she was really in a bad mood, wouldn't it make Qin Wanwan happier? She also felt that her emotions weren't quite right recently. She was easily affected by things and seemed to be more sensitive than before. In the past, she was careless and never cared about these things. When she returned home, Gu Jingze informed her that she could pick up Prince. Lin Che hurriedly said, "That's great, I'll go over right away." "No need, I'll come and pick you up." "All right." Gu Jingze came as soon as he said he would. He quickly arrived at home to pick her up. Lin Che was much happier, especially when she got home. Without that despicable Mo Huiling being an eyesore, she felt much better. He really didn't understand why she still made life difficult for him when he was so happy now. The two of them went to pick up Prince. When they arrived, they saw that Prince could already move, but they still couldn't let him move too much. He still had to continue to recover from his injuries. The doctor carefully handed the dog over to them. "You still have to cover the one on his stomach. Be careful not to let him lick his wounds." Lin Che hugged the little dog pitifully. "Poor little thing, you'll get better soon. You've suffered these few days. Let's go home soon." Chapter 638. The doctor watched as the two of them took the dog back. The past few days of fear had finally passed, and they were completely relieved. Otherwise, the Gu family's bodyguards would be standing outside, and no one would dare to come in. It would affect their business too much. People who didn't know better would think that they had done something wrong. Lin Che brought the dog back. The servants had already prepared a new, warmer nest for the dog. They were prepared to take care of Prince's injury in case anything happened in the future. Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che. "All right, there's someone watching. Don't worry. Let's go and rest first." Lin Che said, "Can I watch for a while longer?" Gu Jingze purposely pulled a long face. "If that's the case, I'll ask someone to send the dog back to the hospital." Hey, don't. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep, okay?" Gu Jingze said with an expression that was more like it. He left with Lin Che, who was reluctant to leave. The next day, Lin Che had to go abroad with the crew of Blood to sign a contract. Lin Che said to Gu Jingze, "I'll be going there for a few days and will be back in a few days. I didn't get any notice before, but I was suddenly told to go there today. I guess this is the procedure. Also, the director and other staff want to see me." Gu Jingze frowned slightly. His face looked cold and he didn't seem happy. Lin Che snuggled into his arms and reached out to touch his stubbled chin. She felt it was very comfortable. "I can't let them come to see country to see me. It's so far away. Of course it's more reasonable for me to see them alone, right?" Gu Jingze could only nod slightly. Looking at Lin Che, who was looking at him pitifully, he sighed. He couldn't do anything about her. "I'll ask someone to arrange a plane to send you there." "Ah. I'll just take a normal plane." Lin Che wanted to say that she usually went out with Gu Jingze because Gu Jingze was used to flying in private planes. It was more comfortable, so it was fine for her to fly with him. However, once a private plane was activated, it would cost a lot of money. If she went out by herself, it would be better if she could make do with it. Buying a first-class seat was more or less enough. Gu Jingze put his arm around her shoulders and looked straight into her face. His eyes seemed to be saying that if she didn't listen to him, he wouldn't let go of her. "No." Lin Che blinked his eyes and looked at Gu Jingze. He asked carefully, then, "Does a private jet cost a lot of money?" She remembered someone saying that buying a plane was a small sum of money, but maintaining one was a big sum of money. Every time they took off, from the cost of personnel, to the cost of fuel, to the cost of maintenance, it was a shocking amount. Gu Jingzi said, "It doesn't cost much to fly once. The Gu family has a special passage at the airport, and there are professionals there. We don't need to rent a special place." "Ah. Really? I thought it would cost a lot of money." Lin Che said. "No need." Gu Jingzi said, "The cost of gas, taxes, salaries, and other expenses add up to about 5 or 600,000 yuan. Only 5 or 600,000. A flight would cost so much money. It only cost her a little more than 10,000 yuan to buy a first-class ticket." She quickly waved her hand. No. I'll fly there myself. I'll bring a few staff with me. It'll only cost a few tens of thousands of yuan." Gu Jingzi turned her shoulders over again. "This money is nothing. I hope you can arrive safely. It's not safe to fly by yourself." Lin Che looked at him. "How is it nothing? We're husband and wife. Your money is my money. It hurts me to spend so much money. Isn't your money my money?" Gu Jingzi's eyes seemed to be burning. He looked at Lin Che for a while before he smiled and pulled her into his arms. "I earn money for you to spend. If you don't use it, what motivation do I have to work so hard? But, be obedient," Gu Jingzi said firmly. "This is the least I want." If it weren't for the fact that it happened so suddenly and he really didn't have time to spare, he wouldn't have let her go to such a faraway place alone. Lin Che blinked her bright eyes. Seeing his serious look, she couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'm just going abroad for a while. It's not like I've never been abroad before." "You're so stupid. Who knows if you'll get lost while walking? You're so annoying." "I won't. It's not like you haven't gotten lost before. That was just an accident." Lin Che knew that he was talking about the time she got lost in France. Gu Jingzi held her hand and pointed at her fingers. He spared no effort in reminding her, "Anyway, remember to be careful after you're done. My men will be with you at all times. Also, come back after you're done." "Okay." He kissed her lips lightly, leaving a little bit of moisture on her lips. He looked at Lin Che. He had a feeling that if he let go of her hand, she would get lost. He was so worried, as if she was a child. He was actually afraid that she would melt if he held her in his mouth, afraid that she would fall if he held her in his hands. He, who had never had a soft spot, had a lot of worries at this moment. He knew that he shouldn't be doing this, but he couldn't suppress this feeling. He put away the gloominess on his face and resumed his calm expression. He patted her butt and said, "Go and get ready." Lin Che knew that she couldn't reject him, so she could only nod. Gu Jingzi returned to the Gu residence. Gu Xiande had something to tell him. When he returned, Gu Xiande, Gu Lanshan, his aunt, and Mu Wanqing were all there. Gu Xiande said, "Little Che isn't home." Gu Jingzi looked around, his eyes landing on Gu Lanshan for a while before he said, "He went abroad." Gu Xiande nodded silently. Every wrinkle on his old face seemed to be writing majesty. His fingers moved on the table. The emerald ring on his finger was buckled on the table, making a rhythmic sound. "Jingzi, I heard that you chased Imo wheeling away. What's going on? There have been so many rumors these past 2 days. It's annoying to hear." The Gu family had always kept a low profile. It had been many years since such rumors had spread. But now, it was being brought up again, and every time, it wasn't a good thing. Especially this time, the matter of the child had caused a huge commotion in the city. It had alarmed the entire Gu family. Everyone came to Gu Xiande to gossip about it and ask him how he should deal with it. Gu Jingze asked, "Grandfather, who disturbed your rest and gossiped about you?" Gu Jingze didn't look at Gu Lanshan, but he was looking in the direction of Gu Lanshan. Gu Lanshan stood up immediately. "Jingze, what do you mean by this? Do you think that I'm the one who said it? This time, you can't push the blame to me. These rumors have been circulating for a long time. Everyone has heard it, and many people have come to our house to ask about it. I didn't say anything in front of your grandfather, so don't try to blame it on me." Gu Lanshan harumphed and said, "Our Gu family has never had such a ridiculous thing happen in all these years. That's why I say that when you marry a wife, you have to look at the person. If she comes from a good family, has a clean background, and is of equal social status, it will have a great impact on the future." Chapter 639. Gu Jingze stood there and listened to her words. His gaze turned serene and his figure darkened. "Uncle-in-law, are you talking about Lin Che? Look, you know it yourself. It's only because we married someone with an unclean family background that our family is in such a mess." Gu Lanshan knew that she had fallen out with Lin Che. Gu Lanshan knew that she had already fallen out with Lin Che. If she were to become the matriarch of the Gu family in the future, she would definitely not have a good life. She might as well not care about all this. If she could make a fuss, then so be it. It would be best if she could completely separate Lin Che from Gu Jingze. If Mo Huiling married into the family, she would be easier to control than Lin Che. However, if she could not, at least she could make a fuss until Lin Che could no longer be the matriarch of the Gu family. Or, if he completely lost his prestige, he would not be able to do anything to her. As for Gu Jingze, they shared the same surname and were relatives. Even if he did not like her, he would not do anything to her. It was not the same for those who did not share the same surname. Gu Jingze slowly turned his head. There was no warmth in his clear and bright eyes. His dark pupils seemed empty, but they gave off a chill. Faintly, there was a deterrent force circulating around them. Gu Jingze said, "Aunt, have you forgotten that it was grandfather who asked me to marry Lin Che? Are you trying to make things difficult for grandfather by mentioning this in front of him?" Gu Lanshan scoffed, "Your grandfather wanted you to marry her for the sake of carrying on the family line. However, not only has she failed to fulfill this responsibility, she has even gotten herself into trouble. Since that's the case, there's someone else who can carry on the family line. Compared to Lin Che, who has a clean background, a stable family, and an obvious status, Lin Che is naturally not the best candidate. I believe that there are many who share the same thoughts as me." Gu Jingze suddenly smiled. A gloomy aura immediately spread out along with this cold smile, causing people to instantly feel a strong sense of deterrence as it spread out from his body. "I came back not to listen to Aunt's criticism of my wife, but to inform everyone that my wedding with Lin Che will be held in the near future. Moreover, it will be held in a grand manner." "You?" Gu Lanshan was stunned. They had never held a wedding before. Why would they suddenly want to hold one now? Was she going to openly announce Lin Che's identity so that she could pave the way for her to become the mistress in the future? Gu Lanshan's expression changed. She looked at Gu Xiande coldly and said, "I don't agree. I believe that there are many people who don't agree as well. She hasn't given birth to a child after so long. Who knows if her body can't handle it? If we really announce our marriage, it would be even more of a joke if there were any changes in the future. Holding a wedding. Letting Lin Che enter our Gu family is already her greatest honor, and we still want to hold a wedding for her. How can her status match?" "Aunt." Gu Jingze turned his attention to her. When he stared at Gu Lanshan, his gaze appeared calm and tranquil, but there was a hint of malice hidden within. Gu Jingze didn't do anything easily, but once he did, no one could stop him. He had been infamous for his coldness since he was young. Even though Gu Lanshan was too lazy to ask about it, she had long heard about it. However, she still didn't believe that he would do anything to her, his aunt, just because of Lin Che. After all, she was his biological aunt. However, when she was stared at by Gu Jingze like this, her heart gradually became a little blurred. That was because his eyes were too cold, so cold that it seemed to freeze her heart. It made her feel cold from the inside out, and the coldness began to spread from the inside of her skin. Gu Jingze said, "I call you aunt because we are related by blood. Other than that, I have never received any kindness from aunt since I was young. I have never been taken care of by aunt for a day, and I don't have much affection for aunt either. So, this is my warning to you. Don't interfere with my marriage with Lin Che." Gu Lanshan's body trembled from the impact of his strong aura. Gu Lanshan felt her heart tremble. She held onto her chest, her red lips half open. Even the makeup on her face couldn't hide the fear on her face. Even though she had always known Gu Jingze's character, this was the first time he had stared at her like this. And it was because of a woman. It was because of Lin Che. As a member of the Gu family, Gu Lanshan had never been treated like this in her life. She had never been spoken to like this. However, looking at Gu Jingze's gaze, she seemed to have lost the ability to speak and was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long time, she finally regained some strength and turned to Gu Xiande immediately. "Father, I know that you wanted Jingze to marry Lin Che, but that was elder sister-in-law's suggestion. It wasn't your original intention. Look at what Lin Che has done now, relying on the fact that you appointed her personally. What has Lin Che done? She has even bewitched Jingze to protect her and go against his own family. If things continue like this, who knows what will happen in the future?" Gu Xiande had been listening intently. Having been in the business world for so many years, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Gu Xiande was a wily old fox. He looked at Gu Jingze and Gu Lanshan and said, "Jingze, be more polite to your aunt. As a junior, you should know your limits." Gu Lanshan's expression softened a little, but the next moment, Gu Xiande said, "Lanshan, you're being too nosy. Jingze has to deal with this matter, but it's not as serious as you make it out to be." He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "If Mo Huiling's child is born, bring her for a DNA test immediately. If it's the Gu family's child, I'll raise it for you. If it's not the Gu family's child, I'll announce it to the public immediately. But for the time being, don't hold a wedding before the child is born. Otherwise, the rumors will only worsen." Gu Jingze shifted his gaze to Gu Xiande and said, "Grandfather." Gu Xiande said, "Jingze, you should listen to me on this matter. What if I say no?" The few of them were stunned again. Was Gu Jingze going to rebel against Gu Xiande in order to announce it to the public with Lin Che? Gu Lanshan came forward again and said, "Father, did you see that? I told you that Lin Che would be a disaster sooner or later." Gu Jingze was still standing there, but he seemed to have an unstoppable force. He said calmly, "Even if she's a disaster, I'm taking her now. If you want to object, you have to listen to me first. I've already said that I'm going to announce our marriage. The wedding photos have already been taken and we can start preparing for the wedding soon. It doesn't matter if you object, I don't care. I'm just here to inform you." "You?" Gu Lanshan glared at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's eyes lit up. "Why, aunt, do you have a problem with that?" Gu Lanshan couldn't help but take a step back. She was the eldest miss of the Gu family after all, but she was being pressured by her own nephew. However, even though she wasn't convinced, she didn't dare to say a word when she saw Gu Jingze's imposing manner. Chapter 640. It was as if the words were stuck in her chest. Even if she was angry, she couldn't say them. She didn't expect Gu Jingze to put so much pressure on her even though he didn't show it on his face when he was angry. No wonder he was the master of the Gu family. No wonder everyone was so afraid of him. This kingly aura was probably innate. Even if he didn't say anything overboard, he didn't need to say anything. It was enough for him to just look at her. Although Gu Lanshan was unwilling, she could only swallow it down silently. As she looked at Gu Xiande, she seemed to think that if Gu Xiande couldn't do anything to Gu Jingze, how could she possibly stand a chance against him? She could only endure it for the time being, but her disgust for Lin Che grew even stronger. There were so many servants and members of the Gu family watching, waiting for her news, but she was reprimanded by Gu Jingze. How could she put her face? As the eldest miss of the Gu family, she had never been so humiliated in her life. Gu Xiande coughed and stood up slowly with the armrest. He looked at Gu Jingze and said, "My opinion on this matter is to stay calm. I know that you're an adult and I can't control you so much. But for the sake of Lin Che's reputation, you should think about it carefully. Do you want Lin Che to hold a wedding with you for no reason so that outsiders can watch Lin Che? As long as the matter of the child is not resolved, the more high profile you and Lin Che are, the more they will scold Lin Che. I know many people are on Lin Che's side, but the more they do so, the more they will hate them. You should think about it carefully. You should know better than me whether I'm trying to scare you or not." Gu Xiande snorted and looked at Gu Lanshan. Gu Lanshan chased after Gu Xiande angrily. Gu Jingze flicked his sleeves and left, as if he didn't hear Gu Xiande's words. Mu Wanqing was hesitant, but she couldn't care too much about this matter. She could only hold her hands worriedly, her heart full of emotions. Who would have thought that a careless mistake back then would lead to today's unforeseen event? He could only sigh. It was Lin Che's fate that was full of misfortune, causing one incident after another, causing him to be unable to live in peace. However, she was also an experienced person. She knew that no matter who married into the Gu family, they would have to go through this process. After all, it was lonely at the top. She had been at the top for so many years, and was used to being pierced by thousands of arrows. She was afraid that the one who would take over this position was Lin Che, and someone as naive as her would not be able to withstand it completely. Gu Lanshan couldn't hide her anger as she walked. "Father, look. Jingze is too much. He's going against me for a woman. I'm his aunt." Gu Xiande said, "All right, you're the one who's pushing him too far. I don't know how capable he really is. He's always been a child who hides his abilities from a young age. I can't even guess how many thoughts are hidden in that little head of his. I can't even guess how much power and influence he holds in his hands, and yet you're still pushing him like this. But, all right, it's not like we're at that stage yet. Don't be too impatient when you do things." Gu Lanshan didn't think that Gu Xiande, who had always been indifferent to matters of the heart, had never been this overbearing, even when he was with Mo Huiling and protected her millions of times. Now, he, who had always been cold, had actually given Lin Che the first hint of gentleness. Wasn't Lin Che a little too lucky? He was just an ordinary nobody with an ordinary family background. But because of Gu Jingze's protection, he suddenly soared to the top like a phoenix, and was no longer ordinary. However, when she thought of this strong contrast, and how someone with such a background was standing high and mighty above her, Gu Lanshan felt extremely angry. Lin Che brought the company's people to the airport. Everyone looked at Lin Che excitedly as they walked into the private passageway, entering the private jet's exclusive passageway. Curiosity colored their eyes. "Sister Che, this is great. This is my first time taking a plane like this. The passageways here are different from ordinary ones. Sister Che is really awesome, bringing us on a private jet. This trip abroad is too cool." If we tell others, they'll die of envy. I'm so envious that you followed the right person. It's not you who's amazing, it's Sister Che who's capable. Everyone giggled as they entered the VIP lounge. There was everything inside. Fruits, drinks, desserts, everything was there. Everyone was stunned. Lin Che smiled sheepishly, saying to everyone, I borrowed it by chance. It's for everyone to be more comfortable on this business trip. After all, it's a 10-hour flight. A private jet. It must be comfortable. Sister Che, you're really too good to us. That's right. I'll definitely bring out all my enthusiasm in the future and follow Sister Che to overcome all obstacles. They were a group of youngsters, after all. It was very lively when they gathered together, chatting and laughing as they boarded the plane. Yu Minmin received a call before the plane took off. She said to Lin Che, remember to tell me when you arrive. All right. Don't treat me like a kid one by one. There are so many of you following me. How could I really get lost? Yu Minmin laughed when she heard that, saying, you can't blame me for that. If you want to blame someone, blame that person of yours. He called me directly this morning and told me to take good care of you. He treasures you so much. He's afraid that you'll melt in his mouth, afraid that you'll fall when he holds you in his hands. Scram, it's really hard to imagine that this person is actually Gu Jingze. Alright, I'm hanging up. The plane is about to take off. Alright, I'll let you off. Anyway, be careful when you're done. Just leave the matters here to me. Don't worry. Naggy, Yu Minmin. You're really getting more and more naggy. After Lin Che hung up, the plane was about to take off. Because the few of them were together, they chatted and laughed along the way. They didn't feel that the time was so hard to pass. More than 10 hours passed very quickly. When the few of them got off the plane, they saw someone from the production team coming to pick them up. The production team was surprised when they heard that they got off from a private jet. They didn't expect Country C's actors to be so generous, using a private jet to travel. They didn't dare to be negligent. They felt that Lin Che was really a big shot in Country C. His net worth wasn't low. Thus, they became much more enthusiastic and brought the few of them to the hotel to rest. Back in China. Mo Huiling called Gu Lanshan a few times, but Gu Lanshan didn't pick up. Gu Lanshan felt that she had misjudged Mo Huiling because she had embarrassed herself at the Gu family. She felt that Mo Huiling was really useless. She couldn't even compare to Lin Che, which was why she had embarrassed herself. Mo Huiling still didn't know what had happened at the Gu family. She had only heard rumors that Gu Jingze and Lin Che might be holding a wedding soon. She panicked immediately. Thinking about how Lin Che and Gu Jingze would be united at the wedding, she felt as if 10,000 thorns were pricking her heart. Was Gu Jingze really going to marry Lin Che? Yu Minmin scratched her ears and cheeks. This news came too suddenly and she was a little confused. But the helper had already come in and started to help Yu Minmin pack up. Yu Minmin could only ask the helper, do I need to speak a foreign language during the visit? Madam, Mandarin is also spoken in Country A, don't worry. Oh, yes, there are many Han Chinese there. Yes, I'm so nervous, so, madam, don't worry. Mr. President won't leave you alone. With Mr. President by your side, what are you so nervous about? Of course she was nervous. Most importantly, Gu Jingming had to take care of her. But according to his past experience, he wouldn't care about her life or death. She had no choice but to pack up quickly. It was Yu Minmin's first time on a visit. Gu Jingming boarded the plane. The lineup of the head of state was naturally very large. At the entrance, some media could be seen taking photos outside. When Gu Jingming appeared, the media immediately swarmed outside, and there were many fangirls shouting at the periphery. Gu Jingming raised his chin slightly, turned around and waved at them lightly. The fangirls behind him immediately shouted crazily. Being stopped by the bodyguards, the human wall started to move. Yu Minmin followed behind and heard the media shouting, "Look, Mr. President is going on a visit with Madam today. Wow, Madam, say something to us." Yu Minmin had always been low-key. After her marriage, she had never appeared in front of the media. So when she appeared occasionally, everyone started shouting. Even if the National Security Bureau and the president's bodyguards were here, they couldn't stop their enthusiasm. Yu Minmin suddenly felt nervous. She had always been a little afraid of facing the camera. She always felt that she had an inferiority complex. Especially when she was standing next to Gu Jingming. He was too perfect. As a commoner, she already had a lot of shortcomings, and now she was being compared with him. As many people said on the internet, she was originally not worthy of Gu Jingming, but she became the president's wife. Actually, she knew it herself. So when another wave of people said that it was true love, she just thought it was funny. If it was true love, there was nothing about being worthy or not. But she knew that it was not true love. So she felt even more inferior. Because perhaps in Gu Jingming's eyes, she was just a tool. And she also felt that she was actually just a tool. The human wall continued to shake. Gu Jingming held Yu Minmin's hand and smiled at her. "Alright, let's say hello to everyone." Yu Minmin looked in front of her awkwardly. "No." Gu Jingming's body bent down. The people outside only saw Gu Jingming bend his body slightly, move closer to Yu Minmin's ear and started to scream. Chapter 642. Mr. President was bending down for his wife and whispering into her ear. It was too intimate. And it was in front of the media. Mr. President was too nice and warm. Mrs. President. She was so lucky. However, they couldn't hear what Gu Jingming whispered into Yu Minmin's ear. "If you don't say anything, I'll throw you out." Yu Minmin cursed in her heart. She could only smile and wave at the media. The flashes of the media became even more intense. All the cameras were pointed at Yu Minmin. That day, Yu Minmin waved at the cameras and Gu Jingming whispering into her ear were on the cover of all the major media. The president and his wife go on a sweet visit. The fangirls are all drunk. The most beautiful regime in history. What did the president's wife save in her previous life to be so sweet today? Mr. President's popularity soars. Intimate photos are hidden. These kinds of headlines were everywhere on the internet. Yu Minmin was also praised. They said that she had a better temperament and looked more like the mother of the nation than she did at the wedding. In Suya could see these messages on the television. She narrowed her eyes. Gu Jingming actually brought Yu Minmin along for the visit today. In Suya knew that a few days ago, there was a rumor on the internet that the president never brought his wife along after his marriage. It was as if he was unmarried, which made people suspect that they were married. Gu Jingming's people must have seen this, so the public relations department suddenly let Yu Minmin go with him. Otherwise, Gu Jingming wouldn't have brought this uncultured woman along. In Suya continued to look at the photos. She couldn't hide the sorrow in her heart. Not to mention how she would feel when she saw those praises. Yes, no matter who it was, they would look very elegant when they wore the high-class clothes custom-made by the Glass Palace. Didn't they see that it was specially designed by a designer without any logo? Whoever stood in that high position would look like the mother of the nation. It was all because of Gu Jingming's temperament. Actually, Yu Minmin was not the mother of the nation if she was so timid. Yin Suya looked at it and picked up her phone. Hey, Xiao AI, Jingming is going to visit a nation today. Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. The person on the other end of the phone said, "You're really that generous to give Mr. President to me. Aren't I helping you? You said it yourself, your goods are stuck, and you need to pass through the stripes. You want to find Mr. President to open the way, but I can't do it now. After all, I'm not by Jingming's side, and you don't know the women around Jingming, and I'm not familiar with them. We can't count on them, so I can only give you this idea. After all, no man can refuse a woman's embrace. Right? Well, then I really thank you. In fact, I saw it today. That Yu Minmin is with Mr. President. Some people say that she has temperament. Obviously, she doesn't have temperament. If you stand there, it's definitely the temperament of the mother of the country. What is she?" When Yin Suya heard this, her heart tightened again. This was her pain. It was all her fault that she had missed Gu Jingming and everything that Yu Minmin had gained today. She held the phone tightly, but her voice was still as calm as before. "Jingming and I are just good friends now. You can just say these words to me. If others hear it, they will think that I am very unwilling. Yes, of course I will only say these words to you. Okay, I will go to a nation. You said that you would help me, right? Of course, I will ask someone to send the invitation to the State Affairs Gala." Although her relationship with Gu Jingming was no longer what it used to be, she was still able to get an invitation card. That day, Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming arrived at a nation together. Because it was just nearby, they arrived in 2 hours. When they got off the plane, the welcoming party outside was even more enthusiastic. The State Affairs Gala welcomed them personally, and there were many media outlets following them outside. The president of C Nation was both handsome and good-looking. He was famous all over the world. Therefore, every bit of news about C Nation would easily be reported in the tabloids, and Gu Jingming would be mentioned at the same time. After all, Gu Jingming was young, wise, and handsome. He was loved by young girls from all over the world. Politics was originally a boring thing, but because of Gu Jingming, it became lively. C Nation felt that their Ministry of Foreign Affairs had saved a lot of trouble because of Gu Jingming's good looks. Soon, Gu Jingming stayed in the hotel in the capital of a nation, which was specially used to receive leaders from all over the world. Inside, Yu Minmin and Gu Jingming stayed in the presidential suite together. At that time, Yu Minmin thought that the president staying in the presidential suite was it was the first time. She did not tell this cold joke to Gu Jingming. She only snickered as she thought about it. When Gu Jingming found her, he saw her sitting there and smiling foolishly. She looked out of the window sideways, and her chest tightened. Looking at her from the side, the curve of her chest looked much better. Yu Minmin felt that something was wrong. When she looked up, she saw Gu Jingming looking at her. She had been caught secretly laughing. Yu Minmin quickly stopped smiling and said to him seriously, "What should I do tonight?" She was so happy at first, but now she was unhappy when she saw him. It seemed that this happiness had nothing to do with him, right? His face tensed up, and he said to her, "Are you asking me?" Of course, if she wasn't asking him, who was she asking? There were only the two of them here, okay? Yu Minmin said, "I've never been abroad before. Do you need me to do anything tonight? Otherwise, I won't be embarrassed if I don't know anything." Are you afraid of being embarrassed? Of course she was afraid. There were so many media outlets, and it was her first time abroad. Actually, she rarely went abroad. She did not expect that when she finally did, it would be for a visit. She was afraid that others wouldn't believe her. However, Gu Jingming suddenly said, "If you're afraid of being embarrassed, come here." Yu Minmin said, huh? She had been playing dumb so many times that Gu Jingming saw through her immediately. He curled his lips and said, if you don't want to be embarrassed, bribe me first. If I'm happy, maybe I'll bring you along. Hey, how could he do that? Gu Jingming, if I'm embarrassed, I'll be embarrassing you. It's okay. I'm not afraid of you being embarrassed. At most, I'll just tell everyone that my wife has never been abroad before and doesn't understand. Everyone will only remember how embarrassed you were, and they will be more tolerant of me. They will think that I'm very tolerant of you, and that I love you very much. How could you embarrass yourself like this? Yu Minmin looked at him. Unwilling to give in, she said directly, forget it then. I'm used to being embarrassed anyway. I'll just say it tomorrow. My husband doesn't mind me being embarrassed. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't that enough? Seeing that Yu Minmin was about to run, Gu Jingming immediately grabbed her waist. She wasn't even afraid of being embarrassed, but she was afraid of him. Chapter 643. Gu Jingming said, why are you running? No. I'm not running. Yu Minmin's entire body was struggling, but she still dared to say that she wasn't running. Running? If you dare to run again, I'll let the whole world see how I beat you up tonight. What? Yu Minmin lowered her head, not understanding how he was going to let everyone see. Gu Jingming smiled wickedly, his eyes full of mockery. Then, he lowered his head and bit her neck. Yu Minmin's body trembled. She immediately realized what he was going to do. She wanted to push his arm away, but she was unable to do so. Her body was pushed down by him. Following that, there was still a sharp pain on her neck. It was obvious that it was drilling into her heart. After that, she felt him sucking on her neck, causing her body to stiffen completely. Needless to say, there must be a plum blossom blooming there. It was still on her neck. He loosened his grip a little, wanting to continue. She finally understood the meaning of his words. If she continued to plant them, she would really be too ashamed to face anyone tomorrow. Okay, I won't run anymore. I really won't run anymore. Yu Minmin quickly begged for mercy. Gu Jingming then let go of her, satisfied. He looked down at her face and said softly, come, open your mouth. Yu Minmin's face turned red. Gu Jingming frowned. Be good. Be good. Open your mouth. Yu Minmin didn't dare to look at him. She opened her mouth slightly. He looked at her, satisfied. Looking at her rosy lips, he couldn't hold back anymore. He lowered his head and pressed her down. Then, he bit her lips and they were entangled. Even though he was careful not to leave anything on her body, Yu Minmin still cried and begged for mercy that night. She cried for a long time before he finally let her go. Yu Minmin couldn't take it anymore. She lay there and fell asleep. The state banquet was a welcoming dinner that everyone attended after Gu Jingming met the other country's head of state. Yu Minmin didn't attend the official meeting. The two of them discussed some important matters and didn't bring any irrelevant people along. Yu Minmin saw his news on the computer. It showed that he was discussing border trade with the president of country A. The interview was very formal. Gu Jingming was as calm and composed as ever. His straight figure was not any weaker than the soldiers beside him, who were wearing military uniforms. He made people feel safe just by looking at him. This upright appearance was completely different from when he was in bed at night. Yu Minmin felt that she was a masochist. Otherwise, why would she feel that Gu Jingming was so handsome on TV? She was clearly scared to death whenever she saw him. However, compared with all kinds of politicians, Gu Jingming was indeed unique. Moreover, he definitely stood out from the crowd. There was no ambiguity at all. looking at the other party's president and the officials next to him. No wonder Gu Jingming was the most popular president. Because he was really a weirdo among the politicians. As he watched, a guard suddenly walked in from outside. "Madam, it's time to attend the banquet." Yu Minmin hurriedly went out to tidy herself up. In order to cover her neck, she had to choose a scarf to wear. There were many people at the welcome banquet. There were all kinds of staff around and the media was not allowed to come in. Linda brought Yu Minmin into the banquet. As they walked, she said to Yu Minmin, "You can sit with Mr. President later. Don't worry, we won't talk about national affairs at the banquet like usual, so you can talk without worry." "Okay, I got it," Yu Minmin said. Before entering, Yu Minmin stood at the door and waited for a while. She took a deep breath. The woman on the side seemed to be from country A. Because country C was visiting, no one had brought a woman with them except her. Someone said with admiration, "Do you see that? That's Gu Jingze, the president of country C. Where? Ah, I see him. He's the most handsome one, right? I noticed him during the election. Then I found out that he got married. Yeah, their wedding was like the wedding of the century. It was broadcast in many countries. I didn't see it at all. I can't believe that he married a woman," the woman said with a look of pity. "So what? It's a political marriage anyway. I heard that the woman he likes in secret has been kept by him for a long time. Oh my God, he looks like a righteous man, but he keeps a woman too," the woman exclaimed. The other woman smiled and covered her lips. "Silly, women don't like bad men, especially men who have climbed to the top. Do you think he can reach this position without any blood on his hands? So you don't think it's good to just hide a woman? If you don't think it's good, stand aside. I'll go over and say hello later." As she said that, she shrugged her breasts. There was desire in her eager expression. The other woman heard this and was unwilling to let her go over alone. However, Yu Minmin also attracted the attention of the two women. They glanced at her and one of the women snorted. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." Humph, Yu Minmin was amused. They were talking about her man and she couldn't even look at them. She stood there and placed her hands casually in front of her. She looked ahead and said, "It's just that he seems to have brought Madam here today. I just want to advise you not to go overboard." The woman snorted. "I went in just now. Madam didn't bring a banquet. Why are you interrupting now? Which family brought you here? Are you here to join in the fun and talk to President Gu? Let me tell you, with me here, you can just give up. I'll go over first. You won't have a chance." Yu Minmin was amused. "I really want to go in." "You go. You come with me. We don't have anything to do with each other. You go your own way and I'll go mine. We have nothing to do with each other." She laughed and took out a check from her wallet. "Hey, that's enough. You won't succeed even if you go. I'll give you some money now. You can go wherever you want. Today, President Gu is mine." Yu Minmin stopped her. "Hey, forget it. I'm not interested in your money." Then what are you interested in? Is it President Gu? Let me tell you, even if you go in, you won't have a chance. I'm just taking pity on you, so I'll let you go first. Otherwise, you won't get anything later. It's not easy for you to get into the state banquet." Yu Minmin still wanted to speak, but the other woman had already grabbed her arm tightly. "Hey, look. What are you looking at? You're hurting me. Isn't that President Gu? He's coming towards us." When she heard that, she hurriedly raised her head. On the opposite side, Gu Jingming seemed to be at ease. He said something to Linda, who was inside, and then walked over to them. Chapter 644. He was dressed in a dark gray suit. His broad shoulders made him look very dashing, as if the suit could be hung on his body. When he walked over, there was a hint of mist in his clear eyes. Even though he looked calm and composed, Yu Minmin could see that there was a hint of arrogance hidden in his eyes. He was a man with the surname Gu after all. He was destined to be different from others. The girls on both sides saw Gu Jingming's penetrating gaze and looked straight at them. They could vaguely feel the domineering aura in his eyes as he floated over. The two of them immediately became lively. Their emotions were overflowing with excitement, and their eyes seemed to be on fire as they stared in that direction. Wow, he's really here. Oh my God, we're so lucky. Let's go over. The girl didn't forget to look back at Yu Minmin. She seemed to be afraid that she would cause trouble, so she looked at Yu Minmin warily. Hey, you better take a good look at your identity. We're in Country A, and you can't afford to offend us. You should have heard of us, but I don't think I've seen you before. This is probably your first time attending such a banquet. Don't provoke us, or else you'll be in trouble. The other girl snorted. The two of them were about to walk forward when they saw Gu Jingming walking over. His eyes were fixed on one of the girls. The girl blushed shyly and her heart raced. It was obvious that her eyes were overflowing with passion. Mr. President, hello. Gu Jingming really spoke to them. The two of them looked as if they were about to melt. They were extremely excited. However, Gu Jingming only glanced at them before he walked over to Yu Minmin. The two girls looked at him in surprise. Gu Jingming held Yu Minmin's hand. The two girls were stunned. Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin and sized her up. Yu Minmin lowered her head and greeted him, Mr. President. He raised his eyebrows and said calmly, The two girls behind saw them talking. One of them couldn't believe that Gu Jingming would be interested in this girl. She walked over unwillingly and said, Mr. President, you probably don't know who I am. In a country, all the electrical equipment is provided by my family. My father admires you very much, so he asked me to come and talk to you. She looked at Yu Minmin viciously again and said, I don't know where this person came from. I've never seen her in Country A, don't you think that she's definitely not outstanding in terms of looks? You have to take a good look. Hearing that, Gu Jingming said directly, Indeed, she is not outstanding. He looked at Yu Minmin and said, But in comparison, I think she is more beautiful. What he meant was that if Yu Minmin wasn't outstanding, the two of them wouldn't even be able to compare to him. How vicious. Although Yu Minmin was about to vomit blood, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart that it was impressive. The faces of the two women on the side collapsed together, like a deflated balloon, one more dispirited than the other, but looking at Yu Minmin, they were very unhappy. Gu Jingming couldn't be bothered with the two of them. He looked at Yu Minmin, who seemed to be to his liking. He put his arm around her and said, Let's go. Can we talk about it in detail over there? Yu Minmin wanted to laugh. She turned back to look at the two of them and quickly walked forward with Gu Jingming. The two women were about to vomit blood in anger. It couldn't be. Did President Gu take her away? How could he like her and say that she was better than the two of them? At the side, Linda also looked at the two of them. She snorted and raised her proud face. She had the right to be proud. She was Gu Jingming's Secretary General. In Sea Country, apart from Gu Jingming, she didn't need to listen to anyone else. She immediately ordered the bodyguard beside her, when the president's wife came in just now, you didn't follow her. You scared her. Let's see how Mr. President will punish you. I'm sorry, Miss Linda. It's our fault. The bodyguard quickly lowered his head and apologized. The two women's faces contorted in fear when they heard this. It couldn't be. That was the president's wife. A complex expression of jealousy, hatred, and fear appeared on the faces of the two people. This woman was said to be a commoner, but she was lucky enough to be by Gu Jingming's side. This was too unfair. It was the first time that Yu Minmin attended a state banquet with Gu Jingming. In front of her was the president of a country. He smiled and nodded at Yu Minmin, shook her hand and chatted. In the past, Yu Minmin had only seen this person on TV. She thought to herself, this isn't the news broadcast, but it's better than the news broadcast. At the same time, she squeezed her hand to keep herself awake. Just like that, she finally made it through the banquet. However, she saw that Gu Jingming had maintained his perfect posture from the beginning to the end. She couldn't help but admire him even more. He wasn't an ordinary person. He was so busy, but he didn't even have a hair out of place. As expected of a natural-born king sovereign. They returned to the suite. At home, Mama Yu called her. She said excitedly, "We saw you on television." Yu Minmin said tiredly, "Really?" Yu Qingqing quickly continued, "Sister, you're so awesome. You look like the mother of the country just standing there. My classmates were just saying, when are you going to give them an autograph? Go, go, go. Give the phone to Mom. Isn't that right, sister? Tell me, will you give me an autograph? I've boasted so much. You have to give me one. Forget it. If you don't give it to me, I'm hanging up. I'm busy." The phone was picked up by her mother again. She reminded Yu Minmin to be careful and not cause any trouble. After all, this was a national affair. Yu Minmin also knew that she had to be careful. She leaned against the wall and watched for a long time, but Gu Jingming didn't come back. She wanted to ask where he had gone, but she didn't want to go out and ask. She was worried that she would ask the wrong question. But she didn't know that outside. Gu Jingming really didn't go back to his room. He just received a call from Yin Suya outside. Yin Suya said over the phone, "I saw your news today." "Yeah. Remember to be careful outside." "Yeah. Also, I have a gift for you. I hope you can bring it with you at all times." Her voice was a little shy. "I asked Miss Linda to send it to you. Remember to bring it." "Yeah, I already got it." Yin Suya hung up the phone with satisfaction. But in her heart, she was thinking, "Don't blame me, Jingming. I don't want to give you to Xiao Ai, but I want Yu Minmin to know that you're not hers yet. She can't dominate you." When Gu Jingming opened a door, he saw a woman standing there, looking at him. This person looked a little familiar. "Mr. President, don't you remember me? I'm Amy." Chapter 645. Amy smiled at him as she said, "Oh yeah, Suya asked me to bring her gift when she heard that I was coming. Did you see it?" "Yes, I've already seen it." "Thank you." Gu Jingming still maintained his meticulous smile. No one could see anything wrong with him. Amy stared at him for a long time, but she couldn't tell if he had a good impression of her. She could only sigh in her heart. As expected of someone who could become the president. He hid his emotion so well that it was hard to guess. Just then, Linda came over and smiled politely at Amy. She whispered to Gu Jingming, "Madam is going to rest." "Okay." He nodded at Amy and went out. "Madam. Mrs. President." Amy suspected that Yu Minmin had called Gu Jingming at this time because he knew she was here and he didn't want Gu Jingming to get close to other women. That night, Gu Jingming didn't bother Yu Minmin again. Yu Minmin had a good night's sleep. The next day, Gu Jingming continued his trip to visit some garden. Yu Minmin tagged along. However, today's activities were more casual. Yu Minmin watched from behind. There were many beautiful scenery in the garden, but there were also many beautiful buildings. There were also many kinds of birds that were chirping non-stop. Yu Minmin thought that the birds were very beautiful. She stopped and slowly left the group in front. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. "Oh, you're so far away." Gu Jingming didn't say anything to her and just left. Yu Minmin quickly followed him. "Madam President." Amy found Yu Minmin at that moment. Yu Minmin saw a well-dressed woman standing in front of her, eyebrows raised as she sized her up. Yu Minmin said, "You called me." Amy said, "I knew that Suya was outshone by you. Ever since you became the president's madam, I've been wondering what kind of person you are." "Suya. Suya." Yu Minmin stopped. She really couldn't go anywhere without Suya. Yu Minmin said, "What do you want?" Amy said, "I know that you became the president's wife because of political needs. It must be hard for someone like you to force your way into a life you've never experienced before." She approached Yu Minmin step by step. Her chin was slightly raised, showing her arrogance. She looked at Yu Minmin with disdain. There was no need to say anything else. If you want Mr. President to be the only woman in his life, it's basically impossible. I'm just here to advise you. Sometimes, you have to open one eye and close one eye to last. She walked around Yu Minmin, and the sound of her high heels was clear and cold. It's impossible for Mr. President to like you, and it's impossible for him to stand on your side. Not to mention that you're not as good as Suya. Even if you're more beautiful and rich than Suya, you can't compare to the feelings between Mr. President and her. What's more, you're not as good as Suya." Yu Minmin looked at her. "What exactly do you mean? You should know better than me what I mean, right?" "Sorry, I really don't know." Amy lifted Yu Minmin's chin and said provocatively, "Stop playing tricks with me and using those childish tricks. Today, Gu Jingming is mine." "Huh, what?" Without waiting for Yu Minmin to say anything, Amy walked forward. It was Gu Jingming's lunch break. He turned his head but didn't see Yu Minmin. This little woman walked far away from him. He raised his head and asked Linda, "Where did Yu Minmin go?" Linda quickly said, "I'll go look for Madam." He leaned there and grunted. He waved for her to go look for him. Then, he pinched the space between his brows and leaned back in his chair. A fragrance wafted over. It was a little familiar. He suddenly remembered that it was the perfume that Suya often used. He opened his eyes in an instant. Her wriggling hand stretched over like a soft hand. "Mr. President, you should rest. You've been tired all day. Let me massage your shoulders for you." He frowned and raised his head. He saw that Amy's gaze was deeply suggestive. She put on her dark blue contact lenses. Coupled with the makeup on her face, she looked very seductive. Her red lips were very delicate. Every line on her lips was perfectly outlined. She had specially rushed over to look at Gu Jingming. Even if it wasn't for the fact that her family still needed Gu Jingming to pass the customs, she would be willing to sacrifice herself for him as she looked at this powerful face. No wonder Suya's heart ached so much. Such a man must be unwilling to give up to a woman like Yu Minmin. Her almost greedy gaze was fixed on his face. She wanted to restrain herself and make herself look innocent, but she couldn't control her excitement. Her hands pinched his strong shoulders. However, before she could touch his exposed skin, her hand was suddenly grabbed by him. He narrowed his eyes and bent his hand. Her arm was pinched painfully because of his seemingly small strength. Ouch! Gu Jingming felt dizzy and a little uncomfortable. When he touched her hand, he felt something in his heart. He was puzzled for a moment. Could it be that there was something wrong with the perfume on her body? Gu Jingming directly threw her to the ground. The woman fell there and looked up unwillingly. Mr. President, you, Gu Jingming looked at her. Get out. However, his eyes were a little unfocused. It seemed that he was not in good spirits. Seeing this, Amy's eyes lit up. She quickly said, Mr. President, I just want to serve you. He looked at her. I know you. You're from the IPLO Corporation, right? Amy's eyes changed. She knew that as smart as he was, he should have known that she had an ulterior motive. She could only change her strategy and reveal a little of her tender white flesh. Her seductive gaze became even more heated. Mr. President, you're right. I did approach you with an ulterior motive. My family needs to go through customs, but we've offended the National Security Bureau, so I would like to ask for your help. However, these are all other things. The moment I saw you, I was captivated by you. I'm willing to serve you, and I'll keep it absolutely confidential. I won't cause you any trouble. Gu Jingming couldn't help but laugh. Serve me. Do you think you're qualified? Amy pressed her finger to her lips and looked at Gu Jingming. Whether I'm qualified or not depends on how you see it. She leaned forward more and more, her chest almost directly facing his direction. However, at this moment, Linda knocked on the door from outside. Sir, we found something wrong with Madam. She was tied up outside the garden. Chapter 646. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with anger as he lowered his head and looked at Amy. Amy was startled. Her eyes darted around quickly as if she was trying to find an excuse. However, she had already revealed that she was involved in this matter. Gu Jingming strode out. Although he looked steady, he was actually walking very fast. In an instant, he seemed to have disappeared by the door. Amy heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, in order to prevent Yu Minmin from causing trouble, she had purposely locked Yu Minmin up. Unexpectedly, she was found by the bodyguards so quickly. Amy didn't know that ever since Yu Minmin was almost raped, she had put a tracking device on her phone and earrings. If she suddenly disappeared, the bodyguards would be able to track her location. Therefore, when the bodyguards found out that Yu Minmin was missing, they went straight to where she was tied up. Yu Minmin was still patting herself repeatedly when she saw the bodyguards coming in. As soon as Gu Jingming walked in, a lot of people followed him in a flurry. Yu Minmin's mouth was covered and the president of country A was shocked. Send Madam to the hospital for a checkup. Then, all the security measures were taken. Yu Minmin was checked in the hospital and then she was sent to the president's palace to rest. The security was doubled and they started to investigate the reason for Yu Minmin's arrest. Because they were worried that it would involve too many people, the incident was kept under wraps. However, most of the upper class in country C still knew about it. Yin Suya didn't expect Amy to be so daring. Even at home, she was feeling uneasy. She only hoped that Amy wouldn't be so stupid as to expose her. However, Yu Minmin was the mother of the country. She was receiving the best treatment, which made Yin Suya feel uneasy. These damned bodyguards of the president were protecting her so strictly. She was just a commoner after all. The incident had not come to an end yet. Gu Jingming had already sent someone to check. The incense he smelled was a gift from Yin Suya. The incense had an aphrodisiac effect. It wasn't strong, but it was just enough to arouse one's desire. Linda looked at Gu Jingming, waiting for his answer. Gu Jingming stood there for a long time. Finally, he said, "We'll make a decision when we get back to country C, yes, sir." Lin Che rested well. It was already the second day in Los Angeles. They met up with the relevant personnel and discussed the setting of the characters, as well as the filming issues. The filming period was not fixed, but it was usually 3 months. During the filming, Lin Che had to stay in Los Angeles for a while. The other party was very happy to be able to work with Lin Che. The foreigner who had gone to China for the audition was a Dutch immigrant with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was born in Los Angeles and his name was George. Lin Che knew that these names were very common overseas, just like the flowers and grass in China. Lin Che had already gotten to know 2 Georges in just one day on set. Along the way, George introduced Lin Che. The director was the internationally renowned director Steven, and he praised Lin Che greatly. But the requirement here is that you must speak in English. It's best if you can speak it yourself, but if your accent is too strong, we will dub it in the post-production. But the mouth shapes must be in English. Lin Che was stunned for a moment, but he still agreed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to learn it now. Because of this, the director was not very friendly towards Lin Che. He felt that since Lin Che could not speak English, he needed to see how the female lead would develop in the future. Whether or not she could continue acting was still a matter of discussion. After parting with the director, Lin Che could clearly feel his attitude. George said, "All right, you don't have to worry too much. Steven has high expectations, but he has never seen your acting skills. You can use your acting skills to win him over." Lin Che thanked him. "I'll work hard to learn English." "All right, I believe you. If you need a teacher, I can help you contact one. I'll look around myself later. If I need any help, I'll definitely look for you." After returning to the hotel room, Lin Che searched for English textbooks on the internet gloomily. But she realized that she had really forgotten all about English. There were not many that she could recite. She sighed dejectedly. Leaning against the wall, she texted Gu Jingze. "I want to learn English. It's terrible." "Go ahead, I can teach you," Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, "No, I want to find a teacher myself. You have such a bad temper, you'll definitely scold me. With your IQ, are you sure a normal teacher can teach you? Get lost." It was the first time that Lin Che was so far away from him. It didn't feel like they were in China. Even if they were filming overseas, it would only take him 2 hours to get there. This place was separated by an ocean. It felt as if they were so far away from each other. Lin Che leaned against the wall, feeling as if he was missing him. Thinking of this, Lin Che suddenly said, "Oh yeah, do you have a QQ or something?" "No." "Why don't you do it?" "No." Seeing that he rejected her directly, Lin Che changed her tone and said, "Just one. Just one. I don't have time to do a video call." "Video call?" Gu Jingze asked. Lin Che said, Yeah, nothing with you. Don't you like to have video conferences with those people?" "That's weird. Since you don't have a QQ, how do you have meetings?" "I use turbo conferencing." "Huh? What's that?" "A special software for video conferences." "Okay." The CEO would definitely use high-end professional software. She was really silly to think that they used QQ for meetings. Lin Che said, "Next. Isn't it better if you go next?" After a while, Gu Jingze finally sent a message, "I'm done." Hearing this, Lin Che jumped up and said, "That's great." She gave him a number and asked him to add her as a friend. Then, she opened the video call. Gu Jingze was very used to this kind of video call. He frowned unhappily and said, "It's not HD." Lin Che said, You're pretty smart. You learned it so quickly. How did you find the place to download QQ?" "I got the secretary to download it." Lin Che thought that the secretary must have been very surprised that the CEO wanted to download QQ. Lin Che could almost see the disbelief on the secretary's face. Lin Che looked at Gu Jing's face. The soft light shone on his face. His handsome face didn't seem to have any flaws on the screen. Looking at her, her face looked so big and ugly in the video call. Lin Che thought to himself, God is so unfair. Why did Gu Jingza have to be so perfect? Chapter 647. However, as she gazed at his face, she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This was her man. He was so perfect. Gu Jingza looked at her and reminded her helplessly, keep your saliva to yourself. Lin Che stared blankly for a moment, but then he remembered that he wasn't by his side right now, so he might as well tease him a little. He stretched out 5 fingers and said, no, no, no. Little bro, your lord has plenty of money. Come, help me take off my clothes. Gu Jing's face darkened. Lin Che winked. Come on, come on. Tell me, how much is it? Gu Jingzi looked at her speechlessly. Do you really want me to take off my clothes? Ah. It's free. If you want to see, I'll let you see. But you have to take off one for me. How about that? The CEO really knew how to play. It was his first time playing a video game and he already knew how to play. Lin Che waved his hands hurriedly and said, no, no, no. I won't look. But I've already taken off my clothes. As Gu Jingzi spoke, he moved the phone forward a little. Then, on the screen, the sexy man slowly reached out his hand and unbuttoned one of his buttons. Even through the screen, she seemed to be able to feel the lines of his muscles. They bulged with the curve of his muscles, giving her an unusual sense of beauty. The next button was undone. The outline of his muscles was completely revealed, and even a little bit was exposed. He deliberately slowed down the spurting of blood. Lin Che felt that his blood vessels were swelling. Her eyes were glued to him. She felt that Gu Jingzi was a natural stunner. He was so attractive that she couldn't control herself. Wasn't he a reincarnated demon? That simple action was enough to make people sigh. Lin Che couldn't help but shout, okay, okay. Don't take it off. Lin Che was really infatuated. If it was really in front of her, she would have pounced on him without a care and pressed him down on the bed. But now, she could only watch him fiddle with it through the screen. She shouldn't have mentioned chatting. She was torturing herself. Okay, okay. I was wrong. Don't take it off. Lin Che waved his hands and said. Gu Jingzi smiled at her. What's wrong? Your face is so red. Do you miss me? Yes, I want him, I want to touch him, I want to ride him, I want to possess him completely. That's what any woman would think when they saw his sexy movements. In front of him, she had always been the passive one, because he was usually too strong, and she had always been the one being pressed down. Besides, even if she really wanted to suppress him, it would depend on whether he dared to. Every time he pushed her, she was already very shy. How could she think of anything else? But now that they were separated by a screen, it was different. Her thoughts were much bolder and more straightforward. She just wanted him. She really, really wanted him. Lin Che's face was red and he didn't say anything. Gu Jingzi lowered his voice, making it even more mesmerizing. Tell me, is it because of? Lin Che lowered his head, no. Gu Jingzi shook his head and looked at her face through the screen. That mesmerizing gaze. Even though they were separated by such a long distance, she seemed to be able to feel it. It was as though he was drilling into her heart and looking directly at her. After a long time, he lightly spat out a few words. But I missed you. But I missed you, Lin Che's body froze. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze's focused face. Hearing his words, she felt so touched that she couldn't control herself. This Gu Jingze was too good at flirting. First, she couldn't control herself, and then he suddenly said such touching words. Lin Che felt that if she didn't have a big heart, she would have died from his sweetness. What a demon! She pursed her lips. She was still thinking if she should say that she missed him, when she suddenly heard a loud voice from behind. Sis Che, you're not asleep yet, right? Director Steven came to look for you just now. Ah! Lin Che remembered. For convenience's sake, she gave the room card to her colleague. Now, that person came straight in. Lin Che's computer was still playing the seductive image of Gu Jingze standing there with his upper body naked. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly closed the computer. However, when she turned around, she saw that her colleague was standing there in a daze. His eyes were fixed on her computer, looking ahead like a wooden person. She must have seen something. Oh my God, her innocence was ruined by Gu Jingze just like that. Of course, it was also her fault for not taking precautions against this. The female assistant who came in was new. She cried out in surprise when she saw Lin Che. She immediately came to her senses and ran over. Heavens, Sis Che, did I see wrongly just now? Why is there a naked man? Naked man, Lin Che was so flustered that her mouth was knotted. You saw wrongly. That's right, you saw wrongly. How is that possible? Did I really see wrongly? Sis Che, don't lie to me. Look at how red your face is. You must be video chatting with someone. Heavens, Sis Che, is that your boyfriend? Why are you video chatting naked? This is too explosive. Lin Che hurriedly covered her mouth. All right. Grand Aunt, stop shouting. At this moment, what was even more shocking was that a few staff members came in one after another from behind. They heard the commotion and hurried in to see what was going on. When they heard the female assistant talking about a naked man, everyone's interest was piqued. They called out the moment they came in, "No way, Sis Che. Are you having sex with your boyfriend? Sis Che, who is it? Introduce him to us. We're all friends, yet you're still keeping it a secret." That's right, Xiaohua. Quick, tell us. Did you see who it was? Do we know each other? Everyone started to question Little Flower. Xiaohua laughed, saying, I didn't see who it was clearly. TSK, what a killjoy. Where's your usual good eyesight? Why didn't you use it at a time like this? But I saw him. He's so handsome. He's such a handsome person. Wow, really? But of course. How can Sis Che's boyfriend not be handsome? His figure is super good. I could see his inverted triangle from afar. A pity I didn't get a good look, and Sis Che buttoned it up. The few of them immediately turned around to look at Lin Che with smiles on their faces. Lin Che hurriedly begged for mercy. You guys, that's enough. I won't say anything. You guys aren't allowed to say anything either. Go back and pretend this never happened. How is that possible? Sis Che, hurry up and tell us who it is. All right. Let's go out. Let's go out together. Are you done with work? You guys can tell us. If they found out that the person inside was Gu Jingze, she was having sex with Gu Jingze, wouldn't that be even more explosive? She couldn't imagine what it would be like if the news reported that Gu Jingze was seen naked. Everyone's jaws would probably drop. Chapter 648. Lin Che was speechless at the thought of it. She hurriedly asked everyone to go out and talk about work. The assistant said, "Mr. Stephen just called. He said that there's a gentleman who admires country seas culture. It's rare for Sister Che to come to Los Angeles, so he hopes to invite you over to learn more about it." Lin Che knew that many foreigners admired country seas culture and were curious about it, so she nodded in agreement. Stephen got someone to pick Lin Che up. Lin Che brought a translator and an assistant with her. They went to a bar, an American country bar. It looked very casual. Inside, Stephen saw that Lin Che had arrived and his attitude was much better than in the day. He said to her, "This is a Hollywood tycoon, Mr. Henry." "Hello," Lin Che said with a smile. The other party looked at Lin Che and exclaimed, Miss Lin has the characteristics of country sea. You're very pretty." Actually, there are many immigrants from country sea in America. Because America is a big family, it's different from other countries. This is a global village, so when I saw Miss Lin, I knew that with Miss Lin as the lead, the box office wouldn't be a problem, be it in country sea or Hollywood. Lin Che smiled and thanked him. After sitting down, because of the language barrier, she couldn't say much. She could only listen to the other party talk while the translator translated. She just nodded. Stephen said, "Mr. Henry's mansion is in the luxury area behind Hollywood. You might know that place, Beverly Hills. Many Hollywood superstars live there and it's very famous." The translator purposely whispered in Lin Che's ear, "That place is indeed very famous." "Really? There are no slums there, only rich villas. It's flourishing because of Hollywood. The location is very good. Sister Che, you can consider going there for a look. You might even bump into a superstar while walking." Lin Che said, "Really? That's great." However, as they sat, Lin Che felt that the man was starting to get all touchy with her. At first, Lin Che didn't dare to think in that direction because foreign countries were more open. Their actions might be more intimate and uncomfortable, but it was normal for them. However, it wasn't normal for a man to put his hand on a woman's exposed leg. Lin Che stood up immediately. The other party looked at her, a little surprised. Lin Che said, "It's nothing. It's just that Mr. Henry might think that I'm someone he knows. I'd better sit closer." Lin Che purposely made it clear, and his rejection was clear enough. Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, Lin Che knew that if he didn't reject the unspoken rules clearly, it would be more dangerous. It was better to just say it out directly. The other party was indeed stunned, but when he looked at Lin Che, he shrugged. Lin Che smiled, "I'm sorry, it's my first time here, so I'm not too familiar with the customs here. However, the people of C are more conservative, so I hope everyone doesn't mind." Stephen looked at her meaningfully. He smiled and wanted to light his cigarette, but he felt that something was wrong and put it down. He said, "I'm sorry, I almost wanted to light my cigarette. I have to respect a lady, so I won't. Miss Lin, it's okay. You can sit beside me." Stephen had heard that some actors in country C would do anything to get a role. This also happened here, but it wouldn't happen in an obvious location. But, in order to get into Hollywood, some actors from country C might not care about this and might even take the initiative to approach them. However, Lin Che had obviously rejected it. This surprised him a lot, and he admired her a lot. Hearing this, Lin Che looked at him gratefully. She knew that he meant that as long as she rejected it, it would be okay. He would guarantee that she wouldn't encounter any problems. Luckily, Mr. Henry saw that she didn't mean it, and Stephen seemed to be very firm, so he didn't mention it again. I want to see what the media will write when she comes back with her face covered in dirt. Sister Lin looked at the expression on her face. After the plastic surgery, her face was really getting sharper and sharper. Sister Lin felt a little scared just looking at her. This Qin Wanwan was too ruthless. She was so ruthless that people couldn't control themselves. Lin Che was a little depressed recently. There were still rumors in China that her acting was not as good as Mu Firen's, and people were scolding her for stealing roles. Then, something happened in Hollywood. With Steven's help, it was quickly settled at the police station. Steven asked her, "I heard that you're close with Mr. Eric. Why don't you try to ask him to help? Maybe he knows Mr. Henry." I've actually only met Mr. Eric a few times. His daughter likes me a lot. It's better not to disturb him. I'll take a look first. Maybe Mr. Henry isn't as scary as you said. Steven shrugged. I won't comment on this. Lin Che felt that she was so stressed that she lost her appetite. She just wanted to vomit. She finally managed to hold it in and walked to a ventilated place. She felt much better after some ventilation. Just then, her phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was Gu Jingze. She squeezed her hands and decided not to answer it for now. She had just arrived and she was already causing trouble. She felt ashamed. Especially ashamed to see Gu Jingze. Seeing that she didn't answer the phone, Gu Jingze paused and looked at the time. She should still be resting, so he didn't call her again. Just then, Qin Hao suddenly said, "Sir, Miss Mo is here. I won't see her." "I told you that you won't see her, but Miss Mo said that regarding the child isn't mine. I won't see her. But Miss Mo said that she's willing to consider aborting the child." Gu Jingze stood there in silence for a long time. "Okay, let her in." After Mo Huiling came in, she looked at Gu Jingze who was sitting in the middle and said, "If I abort the child, what compensation will you give me?" Gu Jingze stared at her and took a deep breath. "What do you want?" Mo Huiling snorted. "I want you to accompany me to the hospital for an abortion. I also want the 3 shopping malls that your mother mentioned. I know that this is a drop in the ocean for the Gu family, right?" Gu Jingze took a deep breath. "Why do you want me to accompany you to the abortion?" Mo Huiling's tears streamed down her face. "No matter what you say, I feel that the child is yours. I just want to stay with you a little longer. I don't have any other requests. I just want you to accompany me to the abortion. If you don't go, I won't abort the child no matter what. I can't accept this. I can't accept that I, a pure girl, got pregnant with a child and got nothing. You have to make it up to me." Hearing this, Gu Jingze thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay, I'll accompany you. Let's go now." Now that Gu Jingze was forcing her to have an abortion, she would definitely find an excuse. Her original plan was to drag it out for a week. Perhaps she could change Gu Jingze's attitude. If she couldn't change it, she would find an excuse. Anyway, she would never abort the baby. At this moment, she felt the ultrasound machine placed on her belly. It felt extremely uncomfortable. She pushed the doctor's hand away angrily. "Get lost. Who do you think you are? You're just a snob. How dare you touch my child? Do you know that I'm carrying the heir of the Gu family?" She harumphed, jumped down from the bed and ran out. "Hey, you!" The doctor was stunned. She snorted in her heart. If it wasn't for Gu Jingze, she wouldn't have come. However, she really didn't know that this woman was related to Gu Jingze. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Seeing that the woman had run away, the doctor didn't dare to say anything and just let her go. Mo Huiling ran out of the room immediately. Gu Jingzi grabbed Mo Huiling, who was running out of the room. Mo Huiling raised her head and said anxiously, "I'm sorry, Jingzi. I still can't bear to abort our child. I can't do it." With that, she pushed the doctor away and ran out of the room again. A few bodyguards wanted to follow her, but Gu Jingzi raised his hand to stop them. "Forget it." He turned around and said, "Let her go." He had already guessed that she was going to play tricks again, so he let her go. Outside, Mo Huiling turned around and looked at the hospital. She was a little vexed. She didn't expect Gu Jingzi to be so wary of her. If he treated her even 1/10 as well as he treated Lin Che, then he wouldn't be like this. However, right now, in his heart, there was only that little slut, Lin Che. He really didn't know what that little slut had done to make him so loyal to her. He even treated her so well, to the point that he was jealous of her. But she couldn't come here for nothing. She took a photo of the hospital and Gu Jingzi's car. She harumphed and thought, "Lin Che, oh Lin Che, you saw Gu Jingzi accompanying me to the hospital. Do you really think that Gu Jingzi treats you wholeheartedly?" She didn't believe that Gu Jingzi and Lin Che were so close that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. Lin Che, who was in Hollywood, was still in a terrible fix. Stephen looked at Lin Che and said, "Now he has indeed started to say something to the actors' union. He asked the union to ask you to go back for abusing Asian actors and trying to occupy the Asian market without caring about the quality of the movie. He also wants to hurt the local actors' pay and ruin the market." Lin Che knew that when the people from Sea Country came here, they would rather ask for less pay in order to film a Hollywood movie. Hence, with low pay and high box office sales, it would bring in some investments. This kind of good thing naturally made the movie companies here very willing to use Asians. This would also affect the local actors' pay and pull down their pay. Their union had a lot of influence and authority. If Lin Che really offended the union, there would be no way to turn back. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.